Chapter 25-29. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Berserk Mode. Yi Xian was in a good mood and did not want to argue with those people. Therefore, he did not use too much strength and just casually pushed those people back. After all, those Fox clan members were not very strong. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could even kill all of them in one move. However, if they were really Luo's guards, then Yi Xian would naturally not hurt them. Stop him. Stop him quickly. The people who had been defeated were not afraid at all. They continued to charge forward as if they were in the late stage of Qianpu. Even more Fox clan people joined the battle. At that moment, Yi Xian was surrounded by Fox clan members. More and more Fox clan members fearlessly rushed forward. However, Yi Xian only asked Wei Zhentian to control the Godslayer to protect him. Even if he was forced to fight, he only pushed the enemies back. Yi Xian was very excited as he kept moving forward. The nine-tailed heaven-loathed fox. There really was a nine-tailed heaven-loathed fox here. In Yi Xian's heart, there was only one nine-tailed heaven-loathed fox. Yi Xian kept searching as he broke through one hall after another and defeated Fox clan members. He even shouted loudly, "Luo, where are you? I'm coming." Boom! Another palace was broken through, but this one was guarded by several hundred foxes. These foxes didn't fear death. Even if they were facing the god-slaying swordlight, they wouldn't retreat. Yi Xian understood in his heart that this hall was probably the place he was looking for. Get out of my way. Yi Xian was a little anxious but did not want to hurt them. Therefore, he was a little angry at that moment. How dare you? Who's making a ruckus here? Suddenly, an expert flew out of the hall. That person's strength was probably at the superior grade 9 peak ultimate god level. He rushed out and saw that Yi Xian had no intention of hurting anyone but insisted on breaking in. Therefore, he did not attack Yi Xian. Instead, he asked Yi Xian, "Who are you? Why are you breaking into Her Highness' sleeping quarters? Quick, get Luo to come out and see me. I finally found her." Yi Xian was extremely excited. He had been in the God realm for many years. From the 100 realms of Mo to the Kunlun God domain to the Demon God domain, Yi Xian had never given up on searching for Luo. The expert frowned and said, "The person you're looking for isn't here. You'd better leave." Impossible. Could it be that other than Luo, there is someone else who possesses the nine-tailed heavenly loathing fox bloodline? Yi Xian roared. The expert looked at Yi Xian and frowned. He was extremely puzzled. Looking at Yi Xian's actions, he knew that Yi Xian was truly excited. Moreover, he didn't hurt anyone, which meant that he didn't have any hostility. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression revealed his true feelings. Could it be that he really was His Highness's friend? The Fox tribe expert frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yi Xian, "How about this? I'll go and inform His Highness. If His Highness is willing to see you, I'll bring you in. What do you think?" "All right, I'm Yi Xian. Tell Luo that Yi Xian is bringing her home." Yi Xian replied with certainty. Yi Xian believed that Luo couldn't refuse to see him. The expert turned around and walked towards the main hall. After a moment, the expert walked out and said to Yi Xian, "Sir, His Highness wants me to answer you. He doesn't know any Yi Xian. Therefore, I'd like to ask you to leave." "Doesn't know me?" Yi Xian was stunned. How could Luo not know me? That's impossible. Could it be that Luo's memory had been altered by some special ability? As Yi Xian thought of this, Yi Xian was naturally enraged. Furthermore, he was enraged. In Yi Xian's heart, he would never allow anyone to hurt Luo. Could be said that searching for Luo had become Yi Xian's obsession when he entered the realm of the gods. For countless years, Yi Xian had been searching for Luo. Could be said that he had never given up on any clues. But now, Luo was in the main hall, and someone was telling Yi Xian that Luo didn't know him. How could Yi Xian accept this? Therefore, Yi Xian was enraged. Or rather, Yi Xian was enraged. Ding! Host's emotions are unstable. Please calm down. Ding! Host's emotions are out of control. Forced calm has failed. Ding! Host has entered a berserk state. Host has entered a berserk state. Once he was angry, he would enter a berserk state. This was because Yi Xian was facing Luoluo. Boom! In an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, a frenzied power surged out. A powerful and invincible power exploded out in an instant. At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer the original Yi Xian. According to the system, Yi Xian had already entered a berserk state. But in the words of others, Yi Xian had already gone berserk. Because of Luoluo, because of his obsession, Yi Xian had already gone berserk. Around Yi Xian, hundreds of the Fox tribe members that he couldn't bear to hurt exploded in an instant. The ground collapsed, and the sky was torn apart. Countless clouds of law power surrounded this area. Spatial cracks immediately appeared. Moreover, they didn't disappear at all. Instead, they continued to expand. The entire cave of Mo was like a desolate region. At this moment, whether it was the strong or the ordinary disciples, they were all shocked. There were no less than 10,000 Dharma images in the sky. Of these Dharma images, some had been summoned by Yi Xian. Some had been merged with the bloodline of Wan Zun, and even more had never appeared before. What did you say? 4 words, just 4 words. But other than where Yi Xian was standing now, the rest of the cave of Mo had turned into dust. Everything returned to nothingness. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host has entered an extreme berserk state, activating the system's forced recovery ability. Ding! Warning! Warning! To protect the host's safety, unlimited energy supply is being provided. What kind of concept was the system providing unlimited energy? At this moment, a low-level God Emperor powerhouse sensed the situation here and immediately rushed over. Kid, are you trying to destroy the cave of Mo? Stop right now. The powerhouse shouted at Yi Xian. But suddenly, Yi Xian looked at him. Die! Boom! He exploded and died. That was a God Emperor powerhouse, but just one look and one sentence from Yi Xian had caused him to explode and die. A terrifying aura spread throughout the cave of Mo. And the person who had delivered the message for Yi Xian was already kneeling on the ground in fear. At this moment, Yi Xian was in a state where the system was providing unlimited energy. It could be said that he was invincible and absolutely invincible. No power could stop his invincibility. In the sky, a spatial crack appeared and instantly sucked away a corner of the palace. However, when Yi Xian saw this scene, he actually extended his hand, directly grabbed the spatial crack, and crushed it. Chapter 25:30. What happened to Luoluo? Ding! Warning! Warning! The system is about to collapse eternally. The host's life is about to end. Entering the final countdown. 30, 29. The system will forever collapse, and the host's life will end. Could it be that everything was really going to end like this? Right at that moment, a figure walked out from the palace. It was indeed Luoluo, but it was the weeping Luoluo. Boom! The heavens and earth were still far away, but even those who had died were all resurrected. The madness in Yi Xian's eyes had completely disappeared. Ding! The host has recovered. The supply of energy has stopped. The system has stopped collapsing. Ding! The system is severely lacking in energy, forcibly extracting energy from the host to replenish. Ding! Extracting the host's energy will result in the end of the host's life. Canceling extraction and instead extracting all of the host's resources. Ding! Ability stabilized. Crisis averted. Yi Xian couldn't hear the system notification because Yi Xian only had eyes for Luoluo. Luoluo, it's really you. Why are you unwilling to see me? Yi Xian continued walking forward. However, at this moment no one dared to stop him. Even celestial emperors were frightened by Yi Xian's footsteps. They had all witnessed the apocalyptic scene with their own eyes. And when the person in front of them calmed down, everything was destroyed and returned to normal. They saw it with their own eyes. No one dared to disrespect Yi Xian in the slightest, because in their hearts, what they wanted to know the most was, who exactly was Yi Xian? Master, you shouldn't have come looking for me. Finding me will only bring you endless calamity. Master, quickly flee. They have already discovered you. Who? Who are they? When Yi Xian heard Luoluo's words, he finally understood why Luo Luo didn't want to see him. It turned out that a mysterious power was monitoring Luo Luo. Boom! In the sky, a huge ray of light suddenly descended. Following that ray of light was a group of super experts who were so strong that even a 9th-grade peak divine lord would tremble. It was not a single person, but a team of 100 people. Furthermore, they were lined up neatly like soldiers. Yi Xian carried Luo Luo, but without any explanation, he directly activated the teleportation. So what if these people were strong? If they had the ability, they could come to that mysterious place where only God Emperors could enter to find him and Luo Luo. Yi Xian disappeared along with Luo Luo, disappearing without a trace. Only now did the group of experts dare to come over. But they were a step too slow. Most importantly, they couldn't even lock onto Yi Xian and Luo Luo's positions. This was a situation they had never encountered before. Suddenly, these people turned into rays of light and disappeared. Just like how they appeared, their disappearance was also extremely mysterious. At this moment, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had already arrived at the training grounds. This place was extremely mysterious. One had to know that one had to be at the God Emperor realm in order to start the trial. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what this place was, he was certain of one thing. That was, the power that controlled Luo Luo definitely could have come here. Only when they were temporarily safe, Yi Xian could talk to Luo Luo properly. The two of them cuddled together and told each other about their experiences. Yi Xian's experience was full of ups and downs. Luo Luo was fascinated by it. However, Luo Luo's experience was extremely simple. It was also extremely difficult to accept. As it turned out, after Luo Luo came to the divine realm, she was immediately targeted by a mysterious power. This was because Luo Luo's 9-tailed sky-loathing fox bloodline was extremely useful to them. Even until now, Luo Luo still didn't know what use it had. Luo Luo had been arranged by those people to constantly cultivate. Moreover, even what kind of mystique she could cultivate was regulated. Luo Luo's talent was extraordinary. Could be said that her strength had risen very quickly. Now, she had already reached the cultivation level of a middle-level Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme God was an existence that surpassed God Emperor realm. In other words, it was an existence that surpassed the Divine Master level of the Divine Realm. Luo Luo was arranged to cultivate continuously and was provided with unlimited cultivation resources. However, as this power increased rapidly, Luo Luo lost all freedom. Even his identity was arranged by someone else. In the beginning, Luo Luo was a member of a small demon clan. When she cultivated to a certain level, that clan was exterminated. Then, Luo Luo was sent to the demon god domain to become a holy son. As her strength increased, Luo Luo's status in the demon god domain became higher and higher. When she reached the godly venerate realm, she was taken away again. Again, all the people who had served her were not killed. The third time, Luo Luo became the princess of a certain divine realm. Furthermore, she was also the future divine master. However, this identity was not too excessive. When she was at the peak of the grade 9 divine emperor realm, those people came and took her away. At the same time, they exterminated the royal family of the divine realm. The fourth time, Luo Luo became the only princess of a defeated fox clan. This fox clan only had a few 100,000 people left. As for Luo Luo, she was their princess and also their king. At the same time, Luo Luo was arranged to go to the cave of Mo. This was the place where Yi Xian saw her. It could be said that Luo Luo's departure this time was outside of those people's arrangements. How could Luo Luo not be willing to meet Yi Xian? In fact, Luo Luo already knew when Yi Xian was taken away by the Fox clan to the palace. Unfortunately, she did not dare because those people were too strong. They were so strong that Luo Luo did not dare to imagine. Luo Luo knew that once she met Yi Xian, the final result would be that Yi Xian would be killed by those people. Those people called themselves the Keepers of Order. They called themselves the existences that protected all order in the divine realm. At the same time, Luo Luo also told Yi Xian that the divine realm was just a place for the Keepers of Order to cultivate new people. Of course, other than the Keepers of Order, there were also the Allies, the Destroyers, the Guardians, and various other powerful factions. In the eyes of these factions, the divine realm was just a place to cultivate new people. They would only choose those with good qualifications to join them. As for themselves, they lived in independent mystic realms. These mystic realms were places that the divine realm would never discover or know about. Even Luoluo only knew about them because she was taken away by them. However, Yi Xian was enlightened. In fact, Yi Xian had encountered many similar situations. It could be said that Yi Xian had been to a few mystic realms like this before. It was just that he did not have the strength to do so. At this moment, Yi Xian also suspected that this training ground belonged to a certain faction. The only fortunate thing was that this was not the Keepers of Order's territory. Chapter 25:31. Mi Ming's thoughts back when Yi Xian entered the second secret realm. He obtained the inheritance from the two sacred halls and entered the Origin secret realm. Although Yi Xian still had no idea where the Origin secret realm was, he knew that it was anything but simple. Moreover, from Luoluo's words, Yi Xian knew that the force in this Origin secret realm was probably on par with the force that controlled Luoluo. Yi Xian remembered hearing that the minimum requirement to enter the Origin mystic realm was the God Emperor realm. At this moment, Luoluo had obviously fulfilled the requirements. However, Yi Xian didn't seem to be enough. However, Yi Xian also remembered that they had once said, "Unless Yi Xian is from the God realm." Yi Xianbing didn't ask too many questions the last time he came to the Origin secret realm. But this time, it seemed to be an opportunity for Yi Xian. Could it be that those who came directly from the God realm would receive special treatment? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but Yi Xian had no other choice right now. When Yi Xian met Luoluo, a beam of light fell from the sky and hundreds of experts rushed over. This showed that once Yi Xian and Luoluo returned to the God realm, no matter where they went, they wouldn't be able to escape the eyes of that power. Therefore, Yi Xian could only remain here. The Origin Source secret realm had 999 levels. From today onwards, Yi Xian was going to explore these 999 levels properly. Perhaps this place was stronger than the God realm continent, but Yi Xian had no other choice. However, Yi Xian was only a level 9 medium ultimate god. How could Yi Xian gain a foothold here? Now that Luoluo was supporting him, perhaps he would be fine for the time being. However, in the Origin secret realm, Luoluo was not considered an expert. However, Yi Xian did not know that there was another person who was even more anxious about his sudden disappearance. Mi Ming had already sent out people to search for Yi Xian. In fact, when Yi Xian was refining a pill for Mi Ming to remove the ecstasy bug in her body, Mi Ming had chosen Yi Xian. Yi Xian had made it very clear that Mi Ming had to choose a target she liked in order to deal with the alien bug. In fact, the effect wasn't much different from the alien bug. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, Mi Ming chose him. Although this was a voluntary choice, the power of the pill wasn't something that could be easily dispelled. It was a love born from the depths of one's soul, and it was an imprint on one's godhead. Thus, even though Mi Ming was using his own power to suppress it, he was unable to do so. Unfortunately, he couldn't truly withstand it. When news of Yi Xian's disappearance reached her, Mi Ming fell deeply in love with Yi Xian, unable to extricate herself. Even though Mi Ming knew very well that this was all due to the effects of the pill, it was a pity that knowing was one thing, and being able to resist was another. Furthermore, since Mi Ming had chosen Yi Xian of her own accord, it meant that Mi Ming still had some feelings for Yi Xian in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a choice. Using the power of two divine realms to investigate, the news was quickly passed to Mi Ming. As a divine master, Mi Ming knew a lot of things. Whether it was a keeper of order or a guardian, Mi Ming knew them all. This was because his master, the old man who had brought Yi Xian to the Kunlun divine realm, was a keeper of order. Originally, according to his master's orders, Yi Xian's whereabouts were to be reported to him at all times. However, this time Mi Ming hid it because it was very difficult for Mi Ming to do anything to harm Yi Xian. In fact, Mi Ming knew very well that his master didn't have any good intentions towards Yi Xian. As for his master's ultimate goal, Mi Ming didn't know, but he was certain that the reason his master had nurtured Yi Xian was because of a certain ability his master cultivated. Mi Ming used all the power at his disposal to continuously search for Yi Xian's whereabouts, but until now, he still hadn't found any useful information. She only knew that Yi Xian had left. He had been chased away by a keeper of order. As for where he had gone, Mi Ming had no idea. Yi Xian and Luoluo temporarily settled down in the first level of the Origin Secret Realm. The first level was rather vast, and one could even see the second level in the sky when they raised their heads. Unfortunately, it was impossible to fly up if one wanted to enter. In the Origin Secret Realm, there was a membrane in the sky. It was called a membrane because it was very thin, so thin that it was visible to the naked eye. It was as thin as a piece of paper. However, no one could break through this membrane because it was constructed from the power of the laws of primal chaos. No one knew if the Origin Secret Realm was naturally like this, or if it was created by someone. If it was naturally formed, then one could only admire the ingenuity of the Origin Secret Realm. If it was created by someone, then what kind of expert would be able to create such a miraculous world? The power contained in this place was at least 10 million times greater than that of the God realm. In this place, the power of laws was so abundant that it wasn't much inferior to divine power. The power of laws seemed to have become the main source of power in this place. And in this place, the way of battle had also changed. After Yi Xian and Luoluo found a place, they prepared to build their own home. They didn't enter the city because Yi Xian was still weak. If he entered the city now, he wouldn't be able to defeat anyone. Once he encountered danger, the consequences would be unthinkable. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to find a deserted place outside the city to build his own palace. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian's idea was good, it didn't mean that no one would find trouble with him. What's going on? Why is there another palace here? Damn it, who's so bold to build a palace in the territory of the 4 Unity Gang? Don't they know that this is the cultivation ground of the 4 Unity Gang? Let's go in and take a look. I want to see who's so bold. As they spoke, they directly walked towards the palace where Yi Xian and Luoluo were. In fact, the residence that Yi Xian and the others had built wasn't very big. It only took up an area of about 1,000 square feet, which was considered very small. Yi Xian had originally planned to quietly wait for the resources produced by the Origin Secret Realm to level up. After all, the system had almost been destroyed earlier, and Yi Xian had already used up all of his resources. At this moment, Yi Xian had no other choice but to wait. Chapter 2532. Chapter 2532. Chapter 2532. The Troublemaker. If the God-slaying sword had been the one fighting outside, the God-slaying sword would have been devoured as well. At that time, the system had almost no energy left. Other than devouring, the system had no other choice. Furthermore, even now, the system could barely provide any help. Because of the lack of energy, the system had entered a dormant state. It could be said that other than the most basic function of devouring and upgrading, all other functions had been suspended. If Yi Xian wanted to restore the system's energy, he could only share his experience with the system. Was all this worth it? Countless resources, and even the system had almost been destroyed, all in exchange for Luoluo? Regardless of what other people would choose, regardless of whether Yi Xian's actions were worth it in the eyes of others, Yi Xian felt that it was extremely worth it. As long as he could find Luoluo, Yi Xian wouldn't care about these losses. After all, Yi Xian would be able to get back what he had lost sooner or later. At this moment, Yi Xian was taking care of the magical herbs he had planted. These magical herbs might need a long time to grow, but Yi Xian felt that he had all the time in the world. After finding Luoluo, Yi Xian wasn't that anxious anymore. Yi Xian remembered the promise of 10,000 years. However, it would only take 1,000 years for the system to recover. In fact, Yi Xian was already prepared to live here peacefully with Luoluo for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, there would always be people who didn't know what was good for them and came looking for trouble with Yi Xian. Yi Xian's palace was built in a valley. At the entrance of the valley, Yi Xian had set up a very simple array. Because he didn't have enough resources, Yi Xian couldn't set up a powerful array. Therefore, Yi Xian only combined his spiritual will and set up an early warning formation here. The effect of this array was very simple. Yi Xian would be able to receive the news when someone was alive or something else entered the mountain pass. I didn't expect that we would have guests here. Luoluo, let's go out and take a look. Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Luoluo. Luoluo naturally wouldn't reject Yi Xian's request. The two of them quickly walked outside. Meanwhile, the 6 people from the 4 gang were also advancing quickly. Among the hundreds of gangs outside the city, the 4 gang was considered a weakling gang. In the Origin Source secret realm, there was no such thing as a hand. There were only Origin Beasts and Source Beasts, which were similar to hand existences. However, both Source Beasts and Source Beasts were extremely powerful. However, what people wanted the most was undoubtedly the Origin Beast. The reason for that was because Origin Beasts were capable of dropping something called Origin Crystals. Beasts, beasts, beasts to beasts, beasts and beasts, 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 beasts. In the Origin Mystic Realm, one could obtain Origin Beasts by killing Origin Beasts or by other means. Yi Xian and Luoluo hadn't even reached the entrance of the valley when they encountered the 6 people from the 4 gang. Master, stand back. These people are all god thearchs. You are no match for them, Luoluo said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't feel good about this. Although he had known that his strength was nothing when he entered the Origin Mystic Realm, Yi Xian knew that his strength was nothing here. However, these random people that jumped out were all stronger than Yi Xian. This was something that Yi Xian found hard to accept. God thearchs were everywhere in the Origin Mystic Realm. What if they were in the Divine Realm? How magnificent would this scene be? Stop right there. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our valley? Unexpectedly, it was the people from the Sai gang who spoke first. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled and said, Your valley? What right do you have to say that this is your valley? Is your name here? Or does he have to answer to you if you call him? So what if they were god thearchs? Even if Yi Xian was only a godly venerate, that didn't mean that Yi Xian was afraid of them. Are you looking for trouble, little fella? This valley has always been the place where the 4 gang hunted Origin Beasts. Why? Do you think that you can treat this place as your territory just because you built a rundown house here? I think you are courting death. The person's tone turned extremely cold toward the end, as if he would attack at any moment. In their opinion, they had 6 people and 3 of them were high-grade god thearchs. On Yi Xian's side, the girl seemed to be very strong. However, how strong could she be if she had built a palace outside the city? Therefore, they were very confident that they could defeat Yi Xian and Luoluo. Since Yi Xian was speaking, Luoluo naturally wouldn't interrupt. Hence, she just stood quietly beside Yi Xian. Why are we wasting our breath on them? How dare they steal our 4 gang's territory? Let's kill them and let them know that the 4 gang isn't to be trifled with. Go kill them. Another person spoke directly. As he spoke, he actually started to attack without giving them any chance to explain. Boom! A fist shadow appeared instantly. The fist shadow contained an extremely strong power because the person had integrated a trace of Origin Source energy into it. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart because the fist shadow was heading straight for him. Fortunately, Luoluo had already made her move. Luoluo waved her hand casually and set up a light screen in front of Yi Xian. A loud sound rang out. Yi Xian wasn't affected in the slightest. Oh no, this is the Origin Source barrier. This girl is a supreme divine lord. Retreat quickly. The person who attacked immediately shouted when he saw Luoluo's actions. Moreover, when these people retreated, they didn't hesitate at all. It seemed that they weren't ashamed of running away. Unfortunately, they wanted to leave now. It was too late. After breaking through to the Supreme Divine Lord Realm, one would become a Supreme Divine Lord Realm. However, even a peak Grade 9 Superior Divine Lord wouldn't be able to break through the defense of a Grade 1 Supreme Divine Lord Realm. This was because this was a battle of 2 different levels. At this moment, the people of the 4 gang had made the right choice. When they saw the Origin Source barrier that Luoluo had released, they understood that Luoluo was a supreme existence who had broken through the Origin Divine Tribulation. She wasn't someone they could provoke. Unfortunately, Luoluo just waved her hand casually, and they could see rays of light directly guiding those people. It felt as if they were being tied up with a rope. However, this rope was the power of the Origin Source. Chapter 25-33. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The use of the Origin Divine Crystal at this moment. Energy was being stripped from the bodies of those people. In just a short time, the nomological aura on those people had completely disappeared. It had returned to the origin. This was the absolute suppression of the origin energy over the nomological power. The origin energy was the foundation of the birth of the nomological power. Those below the celestial the archrealm were merely borrowing the power of the nomological power. In that case, those at the supreme celestial the archrealm were merging the nomological power. Using the purest origin energy as the basis for merging, one could merge the nomological power into one's own power and completely control the nomological power. No matter how strong the nomological power was, it stood no chance in front of the origin energy. The people from the Sai gang looked at Luo in horror. At this moment, they had already lost all ability to resist. Their nomological power had been stripped away, making them useless. After doing all this, Luo retreated to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian didn't want to cause any trouble yet. He only wanted to quietly wait for the system to recover and for his strength to increase. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian would let these people off so easily. Leave behind your interspatial rings and all your resources. Then you can scram. Yi Xian said indifferently. When they heard Yi Xian's words, those people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Without hesitation, they immediately took out their interspatial rings and fled into the distance. Yi Xian didn't kill these people because he didn't want to cause trouble unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Xian would let these people off intentionally. Would these people let him off? After these people left, Yi Xian and Luo returned to their own home. Yi Xian picked up the interspatial rings of those people. However, the contents of the rings left Yi Xian speechless. These people were celestial the arch-realm powerhouses after all. However, they were all so poor that they were practically penniless. In total, they only had a few dozen resources. Although the quality of the resources wasn't bad, the quantity was too little. After all, they were celestial the arch-realm powerhouses. However, Yi Xian unexpectedly discovered two strange palm-sized stones on these people's bodies. These stones didn't contain the slightest trace of the aura of laws. Although the system was in hibernation, Luo was still very knowledgeable. Therefore, Luo could tell that these two stones were origin divine crystals. Are you saying that this is the divine crystals of origin? Yi Xian picked the stones. Luo. Crystals. Divine crystals. 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 Force origin is origin energy. Crystals origin divine origin realm is origin divine lord supreme celestial origin divine lord realm. Origin Luo of Luo. Origin divine origin power origin power origin power. Origin energy origin power. Origin power was different from origin law. Therefore, it was very normal that Yi Xian couldn't sense the uniqueness of the origin divine crystal. It could be said that if it wasn't for Luo, even if the origin divine crystal was placed in front of Yi Xian wouldn't be able to recognize it at all. However, since Yi Xian knew what it was, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Yi Xian waved his hand and all the items in the interspatial rings were directly swallowed by Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through to rank 1 upper ultimate god realm. Fortunately, even if the system was in hibernation mode, there were still notifications about top-level advancement. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. According to Yi Xian's original plan, these resources shouldn't be enough for him to level up. However, the result was out of Yi Xian's expectations. This was because he had broken through to the next level. It was because of the origin divine crystal. Yi Xian understood in his heart. This was because the other resources he had swallowed weren't that good. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been enough for Yi Xian to level up. However, Yi Xian had indeed broken through. This meant that there was only one variable in this. That was the origin divine crystal. The origin divine crystal could provide Yi Xian with a lot of experience points to level up. Obviously, these two small pieces of origin divine crystal could provide Yi Xian with a lot of experience points to level up. At this moment, Yi Xian had a new idea in his heart. If he could obtain a large amount of origin divine crystal, wouldn't that mean that not only could he level up quickly, but he could also speed up the recovery of the system? Did the origin divine crystal drop from the origin beast? In that case, Yi Xian would have to kill the origin beast. Luo Luo wouldn't raise any objections to Yi Xian's decision. Hence, when Yi Xian said that he would kill the origin beast and obtain the origin divine crystal, Luo Luo nodded in agreement without hesitation. With Yi Xian's current strength, it would be difficult for him to hunt the origin beast alone. Hence, Yi Xian planned to go to the city first. His purpose for going to the city was very simple. He wanted to join a gang. There weren't any sects in the first level of the origin secret realm. Instead, there were many gangs and organizations. There were many different kinds of names. Among them, apart from the City Lord's mansion, the most powerful gangs in the first level were the Dragon Gang and the Chaos Gang. The Dragon Gang didn't have many people, but every one of them was very powerful. The Chaos Gang had relatively fewer experts, but they had a lot of people. Of course, even the Dragon Gang and the Chaos Gang didn't dare to call themselves kings. Originally, there weren't any factions in the origin secret realm. Hence, there weren't any ancient factions that had been passed down for countless generations. The so-called gangs were slowly formed after many people stayed in the first level of the origin secret realm. There was a hard condition to go from the first level to the second level. If one didn't fulfill it, they wouldn't be able to go up. That was the Supreme Sage Realm. It could be said that the first level was just a place for people to rest temporarily. The real trial would only begin from the second level. There were many celestial thearchs in the first level. These celestial thearchs only had one goal, which was to advance to the second level. Of course, there were also some who had broken through to the Supreme Sage Realm and weren't willing to leave the first level. This was because they knew that once they left the first level, it would be the start of the trial. No one knew what the trial was all about. The trial on the 999 levels was filled with countless unknowns. Hence, they would rather stay in the first level for a while. After all, this was the only way to gain more power and confidence. Chapter 25-34. The Divine Dragon Clan and the Qian family. Every level of the Origin Secret Realm only had one city. That was where all the powerful cultivators of each city gathered. It was also the place where they did business. Unlike the Divine Realm continent, many people in the Origin Source Secret Realm weren't willing to live in cities. Of course, this was mostly because they didn't have the qualifications. The cities were located at the core of each level of the Origin Source Secret Realm. Cultivating there would be faster. Therefore, the closer one was to the core, the more noble one's status and strength would be. Of course, there were also some eccentric people who lived outside even though they were strong. Yi Xian's purpose in going to the central city was to find a gang to join so that they could hunt origin beasts together. However, Yi Xian wouldn't choose a gang that was too big, because Yi Xian wouldn't be able to gain much from joining such a gang. Moreover, there were many management systems in large gangs, so it would be inconvenient for Yi Xian to move around alone. Yi Xian's main purpose in joining a gang was to hunt origin beasts and increase his strength. He wasn't really going to hang around with those gangs. Yi Xian walked into the city and discovered that the buildings were built in a rather spectacular manner. He didn't know if it was because of the uniqueness of the Origin Secret Realm or some other reason, but in short, all the buildings in the Origin Secret Realm had one thing in common, and that was that they were big. Even some of the other things were the same. They only had one thing in common. They were big. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing in a place that sold food. Here, they were selling a strange fruit. This fruit was extremely big, and the most important thing was that these fruits were actually alive. The shopkeeper didn't say anything. Instead, the fruit was introducing itself. "Customer, choose me. Choose me. I am a 6,000-year-old celestial soul fruit. If you eat me, not only will it strengthen your spiritual power, but it will also purify your true yuan." True yuan? What's the use of true yuan in the Origin Source Secret Realm? Dear guest, please choose me. I am the fruit of the Six Paths Law. If you consume me, your affinity with the power of laws will increase. Six Path Law fruit? Don't brag about yourself. You're just biting off more than you can chew. Although you can increase your affinity with various laws, it's just a little bit. What's the use of that? Customer, don't be tricked by that guy. If you want to choose something that can increase your affinity with laws, you have to choose us brothers. We have the 7-aperture exquisite fruit that specializes in increasing your affinity with laws. Yi Xian found it rather interesting. These fruits were constantly promoting themselves, but it was so that people would buy them and eat them. Most importantly, these fruits actually had spiritual intelligence, which was quite a rare thing. One had to know that it wasn't a big deal for a plant to cultivate into a god. However, for a fruit to gain sentience while the fruit tree that grew on it didn't cultivate into a god, that was a little special. The Source secret realm was filled with countless unknowns. Many things seemed to have changed here. Things that seemed bizarre in the God World continent were nothing new in the Origin secret realm. Yi Xian had seen too many novel things along the way. In addition to these fruits that had spiritual intelligence and could promote themselves, Yi Xian saw artifact spirits appear to promote their own treasures. He saw walking medicinal pills as well as some new life forms. In short, there seemed to be many different things in the Source secret realm, and there were many unknowns. Of course, although Yi Xian said that the things here were very novel, he didn't waste too much time and directly walked forward. Suddenly, as Yi Xian was walking, he suddenly felt an incomparably powerful impact and was actually knocked back repeatedly. At the same time, an incomparably loud roar rang out. "Damn it! Isn't your divine dragon clan going too far? The 9 Moons Cave is clearly my Qian family's hunting ground for generations. Why should we give it to you? Why?" Yi Xian looked up and saw 2 groups of people facing each other in a tea house. Sigh, the Divine Dragon Clan and the Chen family are at odds again. Seriously, what's the big deal? Can't the 2 families get along? A passerby beside Yi Xian said helplessly. Yi Xian was a little puzzled, so he asked that person, "Brother, what's going on with the Divine Dragon Clan and the Chen family? What's the 9 Moons Cave they're talking about?" "You don't know?" That person looked at Yi Xian in surprise. When he saw Yi Xian nod, that person continued speaking. "Sai, the Divine Dragon Clan is considered a large clan, and there are many geniuses in their clan. Almost every 100 years, there will be someone who can go to the 2nd level, and the Chen family isn't that far off. The 9 Moons Cave they're talking about is originally an extremely ordinary cave. The entire cave only has 1 level. Although it can be considered a secret realm, there is still a huge difference. Furthermore, there is nothing else in the 9 Moons Cave besides the occasional source beasts that are born. For some reason, over 100 source beasts were born in the 9 Moons Cave 300 years ago. At that time, the 2 families discovered the situation in the cave at practically the same time. After a series of battles, they each killed a few source beasts before retreating. Ever since then, the 2 families have wanted to take the 9 Moons Cave for themselves. Even though no source beasts have been born in the past 300 years, they simply aren't willing to give up. Yi Xian nodded and continued asking, "Could it be that source beasts are very difficult to be born? Why are these people fighting over it?" That person shot a strange look at Yi Xian. After all, it was indeed a little hard to believe that Yi Xian didn't know such basic knowledge. However, since Yi Xian had asked, that person wasn't a petty person, so he continued, "Speaking of source beasts, we have to talk about how they are formed. Actually, source beasts are just ordinary source beasts. Source beasts are very common in the Origin Source secret realm, but they can only become source beasts if they encounter an opportunity and fuse with the power of Origin Source laws. Of course, there are also some source beasts that are born directly from Origin Source laws. Kid, I don't think you know about spirit stones, right? Spirit stones are special stones produced by spirit stone mines. If they didn't contain divine power, they would be completely worthless. However, because they contain divine power, spirit stones have become very common objects." Chapter 25:35. Chapter 25:35. Chapter 25:35. Jue Cave. Yi Xian nodded. So this was the reason for the origin beast's birth. This was beyond Yi Xian's imagination. Yi Xian had originally thought that the origin beasts were some kind of special divine beast. However, it now seemed that the so-called origin beasts were just special source beasts that had obtained the approval of the origin source laws. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian did not understand. How exactly did these origin beasts obtain the approval of the origin source laws? It had to be said that no cultivator could possibly obtain the approval of the origin source laws, so why were source beasts able to do so? Brother, may I ask if you know what conditions are required for a source beast to obtain the approval of the origin source laws? The man glanced at Yi Xian, as if to ask why Yi Xian was so ignorant and ill-informed. However, since he had already answered many of Yi Xian's questions, one more wouldn't make much of a difference. You are really interesting. You don't even know this. Source beasts are able to obtain the approval of the origin source laws because of the source crystals in their bodies. You should know about source crystals, right? Both source beasts and origin beasts will produce this kind of strange crystal in their bodies. The most peculiar thing is that once a source beast's crystal does not obtain the approval of the origin source laws, its cultivation base will quickly disappear when it dies. Source crystals are not very useful to us, but they are the most basic element of the approval of the origin source laws. Source crystals actually possess some kind of mysterious power. Of course, we don't know exactly what kind of power it is. Yi Xian nodded. This time, he finally understood the whole process and why origin beasts were born from source beasts. Yi Xian had seen source crystals before. After all, he had already understood very clearly when he had swallowed that source crystal. Thank you for clearing my doubts, brother. Yi Xian bowed slightly to the man as a form of thanks. The man waved his hands casually. There's no need to thank me. After all, what you asked was very ordinary information. Yi Xian nodded, but continued to look ahead. At this moment, the people from the divine dragon race and the Chen family were already making a huge ruckus. They even had the intention of making a move if they didn't agree. Chen Qiumo, don't go too far. This 9-moon cave was the residence of one of my clansmen. Even if that clansman hasn't returned since 10,000 years ago, that doesn't mean that it isn't the territory of my divine dragon clan. Long Batian, you even brought up your own clansman from 10,000 years ago to talk about this. Aren't you embarrassed? Since the 9 Moons cave has been without an owner for tens of thousands of years, then our Chen clan was the first to discover it. Therefore, it is reasonable for our Chen clan to obtain the right to use the 9 Moons cave. Reasonable? You have the nerve to say it's reasonable? 9 Moons cave already has a director. How can you say that it's reasonable now? The more they spoke, the angrier they became. Yi Xian was at a loss. Was there a need to make such a big fuss? If both parties were not satisfied, then they could just fight. Whoever won would get the 9 moons. Wait a minute. Since the Divine Dragon clan and the Chen clan had already argued about the ownership of the 9 Moons cave, why were they so angry this time? Furthermore, why did they seem so determined to obtain it? Could it be that a new origin beast had appeared in the 9 Moons cave? Yi Xian thought to himself. Then he had an idea. After all, Yi Xian was still weak. Furthermore, the system hadn't been restored. If Yi Xian didn't think of a way to increase his strength as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Yi Xian carefully observed these people again and made a decision. He was going to cause trouble for the 9 Moons cave. Of course, he wasn't going to cause trouble. More accurately, he was going to steal the origin beast there. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was an origin beast to steal. Once Yi Xian made a decision, he didn't hesitate at all. The location of the 9 Moons cave was very easy to find. After all, it was considered a place with many things happening on the first level. Many people knew about it. Of course, although they knew about it, no one would go near it. After all, outside the 9 Moons cave, there would be people guarding it. After Yi Xian found out the location of the 9 Moons cave, he quickly made his way there. This time, Yi Xian didn't bring Luoluo along. At first, Yi Xian had only planned to do so because Luoluo was a supreme divine lord. It wouldn't be easy for her to find a gang if she followed Yi Xian. Sometimes, it wasn't convenient to be too powerful. After all, Yi Xian wanted to join an ordinary gang, not a large one. If he brought Luoluo along, it would be hard for the members of a small gang to not think too much. What could an expert whose strength surpassed their gang leader's goal in joining a small gang? Therefore, Yi Xian didn't bring Luoluo along. This time, he could only go alone. Furthermore, because of the system's restoration, even the divine with sword servants couldn't be used for the time being. Yi Xian wasn't slow. Besides, the 9 Moons cave wasn't very far. In less than an hour, Yi Xian had already arrived outside the 9 Moons cave. At this moment, There were indeed two groups of people guarding the cave entrance. There was only one entrance to the Nine Moons cave. After all, it was a cave. Furthermore, it was a cave with the characteristics of a mystic realm. For a cave, Yi Xian could easily break in. However, if he did so, the Nine Moons cave would immediately change and the mystic realm inside the cave would disappear. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't do that unless he gave up on the Nine Moons cave. Then how could he sneak in? Yi Xian observed carefully and realized that the two groups of people were quite far away from each other. Perhaps because they didn't like each other. After all, no one would dare to enter a place that the Divine Dragon tribe and the Chen family had their eyes on at the same time. Perhaps this was Yi Xian's chance. They were right to think that no one would dare to enter. In the first level of the Origin Mystic Realm, no one would dare to provoke the two great factions. Unfortunately, they had met Yi Xian. Would Yi Xian care about which great faction they were? Of course not. Yi Xian waited silently for an opportunity. These two groups of people were on guard against each other. Rather than saying that they were guarding the entrance to the Nine Moons cave, it would be better to say that they were opposing each other. Finally, Yi Xian waited for an opportunity. A very good opportunity. At this moment, the two groups of people seemed to have received some kind of order at the same time and gathered urgently. Yi Xian could guess that the negotiations in the city had broken down. It was very likely that these two groups of people were going to fight. However, regardless of whether their negotiations had broken down or not, at least Yi Xian's opportunity had come. Chapter 25:36. The city lord was also the floor master in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian had already rushed into the Nine Moons cave. This could be considered extremely dangerous and risky. If he was discovered by either of the two parties, he would immediately be besieged. After all, no matter how much the Divine Dragon tribe and the Chen family opposed each other, the Nine Moons cave was something that both parties valued. Outsiders were not allowed to interfere. Yi Xian did not dare delay after entering the Nine Moons cave. Instead, he quickly walked into the cave. After all, Yi Xian could not guarantee that those people would not come over to investigate. The Nine Moons cave was originally considered a mystic realm, so the space inside the cave was extremely large. The reason why it was considered a mystic realm and not a true mystic realm was because the interior of the Nine Moons cave was actually an overlapping space. This was considered a relatively rare occurrence. A mystic realm actually overlapped within a cave. The probability of this happening was extremely small, so it was considered rather special. A mystic realm was a mystic realm, but it overlapped within a cave. Perhaps only a mystic realm like the Origin Source Mystic Realm could be born in such a special place. One had to know that this could be considered a mystic realm within a mystic realm. No matter how one looked at it, it was extremely special. He did not know if this was the reason why 100 origin beasts had descended at the same time 300 years ago. Yi Xian walked towards the interior of the cave. The interior of the cave was extremely dark. The only light was from a type of or on the walls of the cave. Yi Xian had heard of this or before. This or was called a dark glow stone. This stone did not need to absorb any light to emit a faint green glow. With the help of the dark glow stone's light, Yi Xian could clearly see the interior of the cave. This cave looked like a natural cave on the surface. However, claw marks could be seen everywhere, indicating that there was actually life in this cave. However, what Yi Xian did not understand was why he had not seen a single source beast after so long, let alone an origin source beast. Could it be that he was overthinking things? Was it not because of the birth of an origin beast in the Nine Moons cave, but because of the conflict between the two families? Perhaps this was a possibility, but Yi Xian trusted his own intuition. He believed that there had to be something special happening in this cave. Continuing forward, Yi Xian did not care about anything else as he continued forward. After walking for another 2 hours, Yi Xian heard a low growl. That voice sounded somewhat stifling, but it was impossible to tell what it was. Yi Xian frowned and walked towards the source of the sound. Yi Xian's movements were very small and careful. He had already concealed all his aura. Even his spiritual force was carefully probing. As he approached his target, Yi Xian was filled with doubt and anticipation. He finally saw the situation in front of him. Altar. It's the altar again. Could it be that all the secret places had to have altars for them to be considered normal? Yi Xian stared at the altar in astonishment. He did not understand. Had this altar always existed? Or had it been built by the divine dragon tribe or the Chen family? Yi Xian did not dare approach rashly, as the altar was emitting an aura that made Yi Xian fear it. The altar's surroundings were filled with source beasts. The previous sound had also come from source beasts. What exactly was going on here? Why were there so many source beasts gathered here? Suddenly, a source beast walked over to the altar. Yi Xian watched quietly. He wanted to see what these source beasts were up to. The source beast, which stood on the altar, seemed unusually agitated. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a powerful black glow emerged from the bottom of the altar and enveloped the source beast, as if it was going to swallow it whole. The source beast struggled continuously, but the surrounding source beasts only stared at it with fanatical gazes. What was going on? Could these source beasts have come en masse to their deaths? It was obvious that this reason wasn't valid. In that case, the source beast's actions might have some other meaning. Yi Xian continued to wait. The source beast's struggles gradually weakened. In the end, it completely lost all signs of life. However, a crystal with a black aura had condensed on its body. What was that? Yi Xian suppressed the excitement and doubt in his heart. He still didn't move. However, the other source beasts couldn't wait any longer. A source beast suddenly rushed over and swallowed the crystal in one gulp. Boom! A ray of light erupted from the source beast's body. It had advanced. This source beast had actually advanced to become an origin beast. This Yi Xian was flabbergasted. How could this be? Why had the origin beast been born on the altar in exchange for the sacrifice of other source beasts? What exactly was going on? At first, Yi Xian had thought that the origin beast's birth should have been due to some sort of lucky coincidence that had obtained the approval of the origin source law. However, why was this not the case for what Yi Xian was seeing? Furthermore, it seemed that the origin beasts born this way were a little abnormal. Yi Xian couldn't explain this feeling. It was just a suspicion in his heart. Could be said that Yi Xian simply couldn't understand the current situation. What was happening on the altar was still happening. Source beasts were being swallowed one by one and turned into crystal cores that were then swallowed by their companions to advance. Yi Xian really wanted to know, did all source beasts use this method to give birth to origin beasts? Or was this only the 9 Moon Cave special? Suddenly, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately unsheathed the Godslayer and slashed behind him. However, his attack was completely ineffective. A person had indeed appeared behind him. However, this person was a powerhouse that Yi Xian had no chance of defeating. Don't mess around, little guy. If you ruin the origin ritual, both of us will suffer, the person said faintly. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian's Godslayer returned to Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian could sense the Godslayer's intense fighting spirit, but Yi Xian knew better than anyone that he didn't have the strength to defeat the person in front of him. Who are you? Yi Xian stared at the person warily. However, deep down, he was rather puzzled. You can't even recognize me, little guy? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What did this person mean? Could it be that he knew this person? However, Yi Xian really couldn't think of how this person would recognize him. He could see the puzzlement in Yi Xian's eyes. The person smiled faintly. Very good. There's actually someone who doesn't recognize me. You are indeed special. All right, it doesn't matter if you don't recognize me. Little guy, do you know what you are looking at? If you don't want to die, you'd better leave quickly. Chapter 25:37. A secret Yi Xian asked the man. After all, he was very shocked by the man's strength and methods. Since the man was so strong and had come at this time, he must have known about the altar. In that case, Yi Xian could find out what was so special about this place from him. The man glanced at Yi Xian casually and asked, Kid, have you ever stopped the Dark Origin Beasts? Dark Origin Beasts? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this name before. However, the man seemed to be certain that Yi Xian wouldn't know about it. Therefore, he continued. Generally speaking, origin beasts contain the power of origin source law. This is common knowledge. Of course, this saying is not wrong. Origin beasts do contain the power of origin source law. However, do you know what origin source law is? Many people think that origin source law is a type of law. However, that is not the case. Origin source law is a type of law, but it is not a type of law. Origin source law is the power of the origin. Alright, you won't understand even if I tell you all this. What I am going to tell you now is that the dark origin beasts are a special kind of existence among the origin beasts. They are extremely evil and have many tricks up their sleeves. You are just a little guy at the godly venerate realm. Run as far as you can. Don't waste any time here. Did this guy mean that Yi Xian should run away? Yi Xian didn't agree with the man's words. Who knew if he was telling the truth? I appreciate your kindness, Senior. However, since this is the place where the Divine Dragon Clan and the Chen family are fighting, I don't believe that there are any dark origin beasts here. Haha! You don't believe me? The man laughed and pointed. You saw it. Those origin beasts are the dark origin beasts. Are you trying to say that 300 years ago, the Divine Dragon Clan and the Chen family killed hundreds of origin beasts here and fought for 300 years? So, there shouldn't be any dark origin beasts here, right? What if I told you that the Chen family isn't made up of humans at all, but half-human, half-dragon demi-humans? What would you think? Yi Xian was shocked and immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that the Chen family and Divine Dragon race are acting? I didn't expect you to be so smart. That's right, the Divine Dragon race and the Chen family were acting from the start. They acted well, and actually deceived everyone for an entire 300 years. However, what no one knew was that during these 300 years, these two families had been secretly developing this 9-moon cave, and even built such an evil altar. Unfortunately, I was still a little careless. If I had discovered the abnormality here earlier, then Divine Dragon Race's scheme would not have succeeded. Yi Xian quietly listened to this person, but the more he listened, the more doubts he had. What was the identity of this expert? Why did he know so much? Furthermore, it seemed that his initial intention was to stop the altar from operating. Senior, may I ask who you are? How do you know so much? Yi Xian couldn't help but be puzzled, so he directly asked that person. Who am I? I'm afraid only you would ask that. Unfortunately, I don't know what my name is, because people have given me too many names, but the most common one is still the City Lord. City Lord? The City Lord of the only city on the first floor? The Origin Realm, the floor master of the first floor? In this place, he was the strongest and most powerful person? Yi Xian was shocked. He never thought that the person in front of him would have such a powerful identity. Alright, you'd better leave this place quickly. If my deduction is correct, then there will definitely be a fierce battle here. Fierce battle? Could it be that this city wanted to make a move against the Divine Dragon race and the Chen family? No, perhaps he was talking about a battle between the Divine Dragon race and the Chen family. But that wasn't right either. Since this person said that the Chen family was half dragon and half human, then it was very likely that these two families had been acting for the past 300 years. Since their goal had been achieved, there was no need to make a move anymore. Oh, wait. Suddenly, Yi Xian was shocked. He thought of a possibility. If the Divine Dragon race and the Chen family were together for the sake of this dark origin beast, and now that they had succeeded, what would they do next? And what would the City Lord do if he found out that something was wrong? Could it be that the City Lord's words were not referring to the Divine Dragon race and the Chen family, but the City Lord's mansion and these two forces? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible and even confirmed it. It seemed that he really had to leave this place quickly. Once the two sides started fighting, then Yi Xian would be in deep trouble. One had to know if the City Lord's mansion were to fight with the Divine Dragon Clan and the Chen family, then at the very least it would be a battle between Divine Emperor Realm experts. With Yi Xian's mere Divine Sovereign Realm cultivation, he really would die if he wasn't careful. With the system damaged, Yi Xian's current strength could not erupt like when he had the system. Should he retreat? Yi Xian, on the other hand, was a bit reluctant to part with it. After all, the Darkness Origin Beast was also an Origin Beast, and it could also increase Yi Xian's strength. At this moment, since Yi Xian said that he'd arrived here and left just like that, Yi Xian was still extremely unwilling in his heart. Most importantly, this was no doubt an opportunity. If Yi Xian could seize this opportunity, then not only would his strength increase rapidly, but more importantly, the system would be restored. If Yi Xian could sense that before the battle outside broke out, then he could quickly increase his strength by killing the Dark Origin beast here. It did not need to be too high. He only needed to reach the upper-grade 5th-level Divine Venerable Realm. Then, Yi Xian would be qualified to go to the battlefield outside to pick up scraps. If he could succeed once or twice, then he would have a chance to restore the system. However, if he failed, Yi Xian could imagine the consequences. If he failed, Yi Xian would have to face enemies that were at least lower-grade Divine Emperors. The chances of him dying would be very high. When he accepted the trial mission, it was said that Yi Xian only had 10,000 years to pass the Origin Secret Realms assessment. 10,000 years, 999 levels. Moreover, Yi Xian had already wasted so much time outside. If he waited for the system for another 1,000 years, then he would probably die before Yi Xian could pass the assessment. Perhaps this time Yi Xian could only gamble. The person who spoke to Yi Xian just now had disappeared. Obviously, he was not here in person, but a phantom. Chapter 25:38. Dark Origin Beast Kill. Yi Xian roared and charged at one of the lone Dark Origin beasts. This Dark Origin beast had not been worried at all and had been walking around casually. Who would have thought that it would suddenly attack? Human. You're actually a human. Human brat, what are you trying to do? Why are you attacking me? The Dark Origin beast dodged Yi Xian's attack and immediately shouted at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian ignored him. He waved his hand and ordered, Wei Zhentian, control the Godslayer and attack. As for Yi Xian himself, he pulled out the Law Divine Bow. Without the system, Yi Xian could not summon the Divine Wood Sword Servants, the Divine Flower Sword Servants, and the others. He could not even use his Dharma Idol or activate his Eternal Domain. The only thing Yi Xian could use was his own strength. Eternal Night Domain. Yi Xian waved his hand and immediately released an attack. In an instant, the Eternal Night Domain surrounded the Dark Origin beast like a dense fog. However, the Eternal Night Domain, which had always been successful, failed this time. Humph, you want to trap me with a mere fog principle? Break! The Dark Origin beast suddenly spat out a ray of mysterious light that dispersed the Eternal Night Domain in an instant. A power that could disperse a domain? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. He could not understand what kind of power this guy had used. However, when he thought about it, this Dark Origin beast was the source of the Law of Darkness. Therefore, it was not surprising that it could disperse the Eternal Night Domain. Yi Xian had watched these Dark Origin beasts walk down from the altar. They had just advanced and were therefore still in a weakened state. This was another reason why Yi Xian dared to attack. It could be said that the current Dark Origin beast did not even have the strength of its peak. Human brat, since you want to die, then this monarch will let you be this monarch's first prey after advancing. Human brat, you should feel honored to be this monarch's first prey after my rebirth. This monarch will definitely remember you. The Dark Origin beast looked at Yi Xian with disdain. This fellow didn't have any intention of putting Yi Xian in his eyes. Of course, perhaps he really did have the qualifications to do so. Human brat, have a taste of the power of my Darkness Origin. Haha! The Darkness Origin beast laughed maniacally and waved its hand, sending several beams of light towards Yi Xian. There was no way to avoid it. There was no way to dodge these rays of light. The reason for that was because they were all cursed powers. Darkness Origin. What exactly was the Darkness Origin? At this moment, Yi Xian could not help but begin to have doubts. Because at this moment, Yi Xian was simultaneously affected by fatigue, illness, fatigue, drowsiness, powerlessness, and countless other negative emotions and feelings. Yi Xian knew that these were the so-called power of curses. The power of curses was a very special kind of power. However, Yi Xian had never encountered such a power after coming to the realm of the gods. But today he actually encountered the power of curses. In an instant, Yi Xian's defense, reflexes, and attack power all fell by a lot. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. He refused to believe that he could not do anything to this guy. The Law Divine Bow appeared in Yi Xian's hands. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian released the Law Divine Arrows. The Law Divine Arrows turned into streaks of light. This time, Yi Xian used both the Law of Devour and the Law of Gravity at the same time. Along with the streaks of light, a huge devouring vortex appeared in front of the Dark Origin Beast. At the same time, several other streaks of light drew an arc in the air and attacked the Dark Origin Beast from behind. Those streaks of light were the Law of Gravity Divine Arrows. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds rang out. The Dark Origin Beast looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. He had never seen Yi Xian's attack method before. At this moment, he felt a strong devouring power trying to swallow him into the vortex. There was only endless darkness in the vortex. The Dark Origin Beast naturally understood that this huge vortex was definitely not something good. However, at this moment he was somewhat powerless. This was because the attack of the Law of Gravity Divine Arrows was not something that could be easily dispelled. Yi Xian placed the vortex that the Law of Devour Divine Arrows had detonated in front of the vortex and then made the Law of Gravity Divine Arrows circle behind it. His goal was to throw this guy into the vortex. Damn it! What kind of power is this? Why haven't I seen it before? The Dark Origin Beast said loudly. Yi Xian raised the Law Divine Bow in his hand and said indifferently, "You're just a beast. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself this lord? Die!" Yi Xian abruptly pulled the Divine Bow of Law, and several divine arrows of law shot out. Boom! 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 This time, the Dark Origin Beast could not withstand the power of the Law of Gravity Divine Arrows. It was directly thrown into the vortex. This was a huge vortex formed by the Law of Devour. The strong devouring power disintegrated the Dark Origin Beast as soon as it fell into it. However, wasn't Yi Xian's goal to obtain the crystal core in this guy's body? How could he really let it be devoured? With a wave of his hand, the vortex disappeared. As for the Darkness Origin Beast that had lost half of its body, it wasn't dead yet. Instead, it looked at Yi Xian and said with incomparable fear, "You, what exactly did you do to me? What kind of power was that? Who are you?" Could it be that this fellow still hadn't figured out what had happened until now? Yi Xian could not be bothered with it. With a wave of his hand, the God Slayer immediately returned to Yi Xian's hand. Then, without another word, Yi Xian slashed the God Slayer at the Dark Origin Beast. This time around, the Darkness Origin Beast was not so lucky, and was immediately killed. The system's notification did not sound. Even though it was still Yi Xian, he still hoped that it would sound. Unfortunately, the system's notification would not sound at this time. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian activated the Law of Devour. In an instant, he had devoured the Dark Origin Beast along with its crystal core. However, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Perhaps if it were any other time, he would be able to do so. Moreover, doing so would also allow him to increase his cultivation rapidly. However, it was different now. The battle outside could break out at any time. Someone could enter the Nine Moon Cave at any time. Even if no one entered, if the aftermath of the battle destroyed the Nine Moon Cave, then Yi Xian would be trapped in the mystic realm forever. Therefore, Yi Xian could not do that. He had to find a faster way to increase his cultivation. Chapter 25:39. Snatching Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly chased after the origin devouring beasts. Although Yi Xian didn't know why these origin beasts were collectively heading in the same direction, Yi Xian knew that his goal was to kill these origin beasts of darkness to increase his strength. The best way was to kill a large number of origin beasts of darkness at once. Therefore, following them was not a bad choice. Yi Xian moved very quickly, but he was still vigilant. The battle with the Darkness Origin Beast just now had already made Yi Xian understand that the Darkness Origin Beast wasn't that easy to deal with. It could be said that Yi Xian had been lucky enough to kill the Origin Beast earlier. It was also because the Origin Beast had not paid much attention to Yi Xian. One had to know that the Darkness Origin Beast had only released one attack, and that was to weaken Yi Xian. However, since it had weakened Yi Xian, it was bound to follow up with another attack. Unfortunately, because Yi Xian's attack was fast enough, it did not have the chance to unleash another attack. At this moment, because Yi Xian understood all of this, he naturally wouldn't underestimate these darkness origin beasts. Arrogance was no different from courting death. Yi Xian knew this very well. Yi Xian advanced cautiously, but his speed was extremely fast. Soon Yi Xian arrived at a strange place. This place looked a little like an altar. However, this altar seemed to be enshrining something. Yi Xian released his divine consciousness and quickly checked it out. However, what he saw shocked Yi Xian. What a huge piece of origin divine crystal. One should know that an ordinary origin divine crystal that was the size of a fist was already considered extremely precious. It could even be considered a supreme treasure. However, the piece of origin divine crystal that Yi Xian was looking at was actually as tall as a person. If Yi Xian could swallow such a huge piece of origin divine crystal, in that case it was definitely a great thing for Yi Xian. In fact, it wasn't impossible for Yi Xian to directly break through to the Divine Emperor realm. No, he had to get his hands on this origin divine crystal. Yi Xian thought to himself. The origin divine crystal was too huge. Its value was obvious. He had to devour it. Yi Xian said in his heart again. Wei Zhentian, magical treasure form. Lure the enemy away from the left. Godslayer, you're in charge of the right. Make as much noise as you can and lure more dark origin beasts away. Yi Xian could not use the system, so he could only rely on Megatron and the Godslayer. Following Yi Xian's command, Wei Zhentian and the Godslayer rushed in different directions. Boom! A loud sound came from the left side of the cave. At the same time, several dark origin beasts roared angrily. In an instant, hundreds of dark origin beasts rushed over. However, a moment later, a loud sound came from the right side as well. Then, another group of dark origin beasts was lured away. At that moment, more than half of the dark origin beasts in front of Yi Xian had been lured away. However, there were still hundreds of dark origin beasts gathered. This time, Yi Xian seemed to have no way of luring these dark origin beasts away. Should he force his way in? Yi Xian was very anxious. However, if he forced his way in, Yi Xian was not confident at all. What should he do? Giving up just like that was impossible. Yi Xian would never give up. Devouring space? Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the devouring space. The system was damaged, but the devouring space was still there. Yi Xian's idea this time was very simple. He wanted to find what the dark origin beasts were interested in and lure them away. They did not need to go too far, nor did they need to go too far. As long as they could give Yi Xian a chance, that would be enough. Once he could devour that piece of origin divine crystal, it would be worth it even if Yi Xian had to hide in the devouring space. Yi Xian quickly searched through his devouring space and Shen Kuan ring in an attempt to find something that would be useful to him. Suddenly, a few sculptures caught Yi Xian's attention. This was the Dharma idol that the great rock tribe had given him in the progenitor realm. However, Yi Xian remembered that these Dharma idols would lose their effects once they left the progenitor realm. He did not know if they could still be used now. However, wouldn't he know if they could be used after giving it a try? With a thought, Yi Xian released the Dharma idol sculptures. At the same time, Yi Xian was very much looking forward to seeing them. He did not know if they would succeed. The Dharma idol floated in mid-air and tried again and again to emit light. However, it failed every time. Was it really impossible? This was the origin mystic realm. This was the origin mystic realm, which was higher than the progenitor realm. Yi Xian was very much looking forward to this. This was Yi Xian's last hope. If it did not succeed, then perhaps Yi Xian would not be able to find a better way to lure the origin beasts away. However, just as Yi Xian was about to give up, one of the Dharma idol sculptures suddenly erupted with a ray of light. Success! Yi Xian was overjoyed. He had finally succeeded. One had to know that whether or not he succeeded this time would have a huge impact on Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was very grateful to the great rock tribe. It could be said that without the Dharma idol sculptures, Yi Xian would have had no choice but to force his way in. A powerful force suddenly erupted. Clearly, the Dharma idol was not very stable. After all, it was something unique to the progenitor realm. Even in the origin mystic realm, it could not be used so perfectly. Yi Xian even suspected that it would explode. At least the Dharma idol sculptures did not explode immediately. The powerful power instantly attracted the attention of the darkness origin beasts. The Dharma idol sculptures were very unstable to begin with, so the power they emitted was naturally very violent. This violent energy would undoubtedly make the darkness origin beast extremely vigilant. Therefore, at this moment, besides the 4 origin beasts that were still guarding the origin divine crystal, the rest of the origin beasts had already pounced on the Dharma idol sculptures. Now was the time. Yi Xian had been waiting and plotting for so long. Hadn't he been waiting for this moment? Now Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately rushed towards the origin divine crystal. Who is it? Human ant. How dare you? Get out of my way. For different voices and different words were transmitted at the same time. The last 4 darkness origin beasts saw Yi Xian at the same time. Moreover, they didn't launch any attacks. Yi Xian clenched his teeth. He clearly knew that if he continued to rush forward, he would definitely be attacked by the 4 origin beasts. However, Yi Xian had no choice. Charge. Yi Xian could only rush forward. Boom! The first attack arrived. The protective divine shield that Yi Xian had condensed around his body was instantly broken. Boom! The second attack arrived. The protective divine shield around Yi Xian's body slowly faded. Boom! Chapter 2540. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios devouring the origin divine crystal, however. At this moment, Yi Xian still didn't hesitate in the slightest and continued to charge forward. Yi Xian didn't really need to reach the origin divine crystal. Yi Xian only needed to be within a certain range for Yi Xian to unleash his devouring attack. Boom! Devour! By the time the 4th attack arrived, Yi Xian had already reached a sufficient distance and activated his devouring ability. In an instant, a ring of light reverberated around Yi Xian, illuminating the originally dark mystic realm as if it was daytime. At the same time, a vast amount of energy rushed into Yi Xian's body. Even without the system's notification, Yi Xian knew very well that his realm had increased. Furthermore, it was continuous. Unfortunately, without the system's notification, Yi Xian couldn't get the exact data. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! System notification. Detected energy that can be used to repair the system. Automatically collecting it. System. Have you recovered? Yi Xian asked the system as he fled quickly. Unfortunately, there was no response. The system's notification didn't sound again. However, Yi Xian could sense that the enormous energy that had filled his body was disappearing continuously. To be more precise, it was being sucked away. Needless to say, Yi Xian knew that the energy that had been sucked away was probably being used by the system to repair itself. Although Yi Xian didn't know how much of a benefit the system's recovery had brought, he knew very well that the system had probably benefited greatly this time. After all, this was a huge piece of origin divine crystal. Furthermore, judging by the number of dark origin beasts chasing after him, Yi Xian knew that the thing he had just devoured was definitely a precious treasure. Furthermore, it was something extremely important to these dark origin beasts. Boom! Countless dark origin beasts attacked wildly. Fortunately, the Nine Moon Cave was a cave to begin with. Even though it overlapped with the mystic realm, it was still a cave in nature. Therefore, no matter how those origin beasts attacked, Yi Xian was able to use the geographical advantage to escape smoothly. He escaped again and again, dodging dangerous attacks time and time again. Yi Xian's heart was incomparably nervous. He didn't dare to delay for even a moment. If he delayed for even a moment, not to mention delaying, once he didn't make good use of the terrain of the Nine Moons Cave, Yi Xian would only die without a burial ground. Yi Xian was facing a group of dark origin divine beasts that had already gone berserk. It wasn't just 1 or 2, it was dark origin divine beasts. Countless dark origin beasts rushed out from all directions, and there were even more dark origin beasts. The entire mystic realm was in a frenzy. Yi Xian was running as fast as he could. This was an entire mystic realm's dark origin beasts. One could only imagine the consequences if Yi Xian was too slow to escape. Boom! Outside the Nine-Moon Cave, the temporary door was smashed open by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian rushed out under the astonished gazes of countless people in the outer east region. Outside the Nine-Moon Cave, thousands of people had gathered and were clearly divided into two camps. It seemed like a battle could break out at any moment. Yi Xian looked up and ran as fast as he could. At the same time, he shouted to someone, "Quick! Run! The origin beasts are rioting." The only person who would make Yi Xian take the time to warn him at this time was naturally the city lord. Everything was going according to Yi Xian's plan. The city lord had indeed brought his troops and was in the middle of a negotiation. However, before the negotiation was over, Yi Xian had rushed out to disrupt the situation. The words "origin beasts are rioting" stunned the city lord for a moment. Then, he immediately ordered, "Everyone, leave this place immediately." Following the city lord's order, streaks of light appeared. Without any hesitation, the crowd retreated. The people from the Divine Dragon tribe and the Chen family were confused about the situation. Just a moment ago, it seemed like a battle could break out at any time. Why was everyone running away in the blink of an eye? However, they would soon find out why. A large group of Dark Origin beasts had rushed out. At this moment, those Dark Origin beasts had already gone crazy. How could they care so much? As soon as they saw the people outside, they launched a frenzied attack. At this moment, Yi Xian had already been caught up by the city lord. Furthermore, when he saw the battle behind him, Yi Xian didn't plan on continuing to escape. Instead, he looked at the battle behind him with a carefree expression. However, even now, Yi Xian still couldn't figure out why these Dark Origin beasts were so crazy. It was as if the entire mystic realm had been mobilized to deal with Yi Xian alone. Was this really necessary? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Xian. It was the city lord again. The city lord had run to the Nine Moons Cave just now, but now he was looking for Yi Xian without a second word. Yi Xian was already slightly vigilant in his heart. No matter what, this fellow was still a city lord and the floor master of the first floor. Then what reason did he have to follow a small character like Yi Xian? The first time was a coincidence. What about the second time? Moreover, he had taken the initiative to look for Yi Xian. In addition, this guy had entered the Nine Moons Cave mystic realm with the power of a clone. In that case, Yi Xian couldn't help but think more. However, although Yi Xian was wary, he didn't dare show it in the slightest. After all, the difference in strength between Yi Xian and the city lord was too great. It could be said that the city lord could kill Yi Xian with a flick of his finger. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't dare to provoke him. "Greetings, senior," Yi Xian said respectfully. "It's you, little guy. I've already warned you to come out of the mystic realm, but you didn't listen. How was it? You met with danger this time, didn't you? You're lucky to be able to escape." The city lord had a faint smile on his face, as if he wasn't a threat at all. "I was too reckless. Fortunately, I was quick enough to escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been left in there," Yi Xian said with a look of lingering fear. However, he was wondering what the city lord was trying to do. "Haha, you're indeed lucky, kid. However, why did the Dark Origin beast go on a rampage? I don't understand. So, do you know?" Yi Xian was startled. When he heard this, Yi Xian already knew what the city lord was trying to ask. It was likely that the city lord's target was also that huge piece of origin divine crystal. The mystic realm in the Nine Moons Cave wasn't very big. It could be said that one could explore it clearly with one's divine consciousness. Although Yi Xian didn't really use his divine consciousness to explore the Nine Moons Cave clearly, he knew that the place where the Dark Origin beasts gathered was the core of the entire Nine Moons Cave mystic realm. In other words, no matter what methods these people used, they probably only had one goal. Chapter 2541. Picking up scraps. That enormous piece of origin divine crystal was most likely an absolute treasure no matter where it was. Thus, regardless of whether it was the Divine Dragon clan, the Chen family, or the city lord that appeared later, they were all aiming for that origin divine crystal. Yi Xian thought of that in his heart. Naturally, he understood how to respond. "Senior, This brat suspects that it might be because I destroyed a stone. Stone? What do you mean? Tell me in detail. Sure enough, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the city lord immediately became spirited. Yi Xian nodded. A trace of fear appeared on his face as he said, "Senior, you warned me to leave. You told me to leave quickly. At that time, I thought that with so many origin beasts here, it wouldn't be too late to kill a few before leaving. That way I wouldn't return empty-handed. However, who would have thought that when I was hunting one origin beast, I would be discovered by the other origin beasts. Then, over a dozen origin beasts attacked me at the same time. Senior, you know my strength. It's simply impossible for me to deal with that many origin beasts. Thus, I could only flee without regard for anything else. Then, I entered another strange place. There was actually an altar there. However, there was a stone placed on top of the altar. Furthermore, there were many origin beasts in the surroundings. Those origin beasts didn't care at all. They directly attacked me. With my strength, I simply couldn't resist. In a moment of desperation, I casually threw my sword. Originally, I wanted to kill one of the origin beasts that was blocking my path. However, who would have thought that he would stare at me for too long before shattering that stone? At that time, I didn't have the time to look carefully. That's because when I shattered that stone, those origin beasts were all stunned. Then I took advantage of that opportunity to escape. Yi Xian described in detail. He even described what the altar looked like and how the origin beasts were standing there. Yi Xian described them with great clarity. Of course, there was only one thing that was wrong. That was, the origin divine crystal wasn't shattered by Yi Xian. Instead, it was devoured by Yi Xian. That's impossible. How could that thing be shattered so easily? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the city lord was clearly a little agitated. Just as Yi Xian had thought, the city lord was indeed after the stupid divine crystal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Yi Xian did not say anything. Instead, with a thought, Wei Jintian and the god-slaying sword rushed towards him. With a flash of light, Yi Xian caught Wei Jintian. The city lord stared at the god-slaying sword in Yi Xian's hand and asked, "Did you use this sword to shatter that rock?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, senior. I used it. After all, I was surrounded by Origin's beasts at the time. I thought I was about to die, but fortunately, I accidentally smashed the rock and managed to escape." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the city lord fell silent. After a while, he said, "All right, since that thing is gone, then forget it. It's fine even if it's gone, in case the Divine Dragon Tribe and the Chen family have any other ideas." "That's right, little fellow. Since you and I are so fated, why don't I give you a mansion in the city? You can live in the city in the future. It's much better than living outside. All right, come find me in the city tomorrow." After saying that, the city lord disappeared. However, Yi Xian was not happy, because Yi Xian knew very well that the city lord was lying when he said that he would give him a mansion. His real goal was to control Yi Xian. Perhaps in the eyes of others, setting up a residence for Yi Xian in the city was a great thing. However, it was definitely not a good thing for Yi Xian. That was because this guy had sensed something. At this moment, the city lord, who was far away, was being questioned by his subordinates. "City lord, I wonder what's so special about that kid that the city lord would give him a mansion in the city?" "You mean that kid?" I sensed a strong aura of origin source law from his body. Moreover, he's the only one who has entered the Nine Moons cave. That thing is not that easy to break. "My lord, are you saying that the kid might have hidden a treasure? How bold. My lord, why don't you hand that kid over to this subordinate? This subordinate will guarantee that I will gather all the information for my lord in the shortest time possible." No, although this kid's cultivation is low, I can sense great fortune from him. I'm afraid that we'll suffer a backlash if we attack him directly. Moreover, we may not succeed. Let's take it slow. I'd like to see how he's going to escape from my grasp with his cultivation base. The city lord was extremely confident. Of course, from his appeal, it was clear that this guy did not have good intentions towards Yi Xian. And all of this was because of the origin divine crystal that Yi Xian had swallowed. Yi Xian did not dare to disobey the city lord's orders. However, Yi Xian did not leave at all. The closer it was to this moment, the more Yi Xian had to make preparations in advance. One should know that Yi Xian did not have the right to disobey the city lord's orders. The difference in their strength was too great. Yi Xian would not be able to resist in time before he was put out. Once Yi Xian entered the city, his every move would be monitored for a short period of time. What Yi Xian could do now was to collect as many resources as possible, as well as the corpses of the origin beasts. As for why he did this, it was very simple. Only by collecting enough corpses could Yi Xian increase his cultivation base rapidly. Once he increased his cultivation base rapidly, he would be evaluated as a genius by the city lord. Every faction would nurture geniuses. Yi Xian believed that the origin secret realm was the same. Once the city lord acknowledged his strength, Yi Xian would be able to regain his freedom. Without his strength, Yi Xian could only rely on his own brain to think of a solution. Fortunately, the Divine Dragon tribe and the Chen family were already engaged in a battle with the dark origin beasts that had rushed out of the Seven Moon Cave. This gave Yi Xian ample opportunity. With that many darkness origin beasts, even though the city master had already given the order for the crowd to leave, there were still many people that stayed behind. Naturally, the reason why they stayed behind was so that they could hunt down the darkness origin beasts. Although the core of the origin beasts would naturally be taken away if they killed them, the remaining corpses would still be extremely useful to Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian could also increase his cultivation base by devouring these origin beasts and their corpses. Yi Xian's arrival did not attract much attention. When he had rushed out and left, it had happened in the blink of an eye. Apart from the city lord, not many people had recognized Yi Xian. Chapter 2542. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios heading to the city. There were plenty of such people everywhere. It didn't matter if Yi Xian was around or if Yi Xian was around. They could be ignored. Yi Xian continued to roam around. Whenever he came across a corpse, he would immediately take it away. Of course, he wouldn't devour it immediately. Instead, he would store it. As for the corpses of the humans, Yi Xian didn't let them go either. He took their Qian Kuan rings and treasures. Since these people were already dead, he might as well contribute to Yi Xian. Along the way, Yi Xian was able to proceed smoothly at the beginning. However, in the end, he was still targeted by someone. "Stop right there!" A voice rang out beside Yi Xian. At the same time, two figures walked out. They were both emperor gods. Furthermore, they were both low-level emperor gods. These two guys were undoubtedly here to pick up scraps. After all, given their strength, they couldn't possibly participate in the battle. At this moment, they saw that Yi Xian was relatively weak. That was why they decided to rob him. "Kid, leave your Qian Kuan ring behind and get lost." Robbing Yi Xian? These two guys weren't afraid of death at all. It was a pity that Yi Xian couldn't use the system at this moment. He might be able to deal with a first or second level emperor god, but against two emperor gods at the same time, Yi Xian couldn't do anything at all. However, if he couldn't win, he could escape. Yi Xian could definitely do it. Yi Xian looked at the two of them condescendingly. He immediately activated his infinite teleportation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The two of them looked at each other blankly. It wasn't easy for them to meet someone who was weaker than them, but they didn't expect him to escape right in front of their eyes. They didn't even understand what had happened. How could they accept this? One had to know that when they found out that there were many origin beasts here, they immediately rushed over excitedly. However, before they even encountered any origin beasts, they encountered a robber. Not only did the robber steal their Qian Kuan ring, but he even scolded them as poor bastards before he left. Great, the two of them went to rob others and were actually looked down upon by others. The two of them looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. However, it was impossible for them to give up just like that. More than half of their belongings were in their interspatial rings. If they didn't get anything back, how were they going to cultivate in the future? Damn it! That brat is running pretty fast. Chase, we must catch that brat. The two of them moved and chased after Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not care about them at all. He only cared about collecting his own corpses. When he encountered a battle, he would immediately avoid it. If there were too many people, Yi Xian would also avoid them. In any case, Yi Xian was very careful. Other than picking up scraps, he would not do anything out of line. At that moment, Yi Xian was collecting the body of another dark origin beast when he heard a voice behind him. "Stop right there, brat. Where do you think you're going? Leave behind your interspatial ring. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Yi Xian turned around and looked at the two of them. However, he shook his head helplessly. Then, he activated his infinite teleportation again and disappeared. How could this be? He ran away again. The two of them looked very innocent. They had spent a lot of effort to find Yi Xian's location and then chased after him. However, Yi Xian had run away again after they met face to face. How could they accept this? Who could understand the fear and trepidation they had experienced along the way? Who could understand the sorrow they had suffered along the way? Wasn't it just to rob a person? Why should this brat at least talk to them? Are we still chasing after him? Of course, why shouldn't we? Other than that brat, everyone else here is stronger than us. Who else should we look for if not him? Besides, this brat is so fast. He must have some kind of precious treasure on him. He must have gained something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stay here given his cultivation base. Let's go. Continue the chase. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them quickly set off in the direction that Yi Xian had left in. Yi Xian spent the entire day collecting the corpses of the origin beasts and origin beasts. Of course, he also picked up some treasures and interspatial rings of the people who had died in battle. Could be said that he had gained a lot. However, as time passed, Yi Xian had no choice but to stop this act of looting. First of all, since a large number of origin-devouring beasts had been killed, the battle wasn't as intense as before. Hence, many powerhouses started to search everywhere. At the same time, more and more people came to loot. As a result, the chances of Yi Xian running into other people were much higher. Because of Yi Xian's strength, many people wanted to rob Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian had avoided danger time and time again by relying on his infinite teleportation, Yi Xian knew that if this continued, he would fail sooner or later. Besides, Yi Xian had to enter the city and meet the city lord today. Yi Xian knew that the city lord hadn't given him the mansion out of kindness. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to do so. If Yi Xian didn't do as the city lord said, the city lord would definitely suspect Yi Xian and send some powerhouses to forcibly take Yi Xian away. If Yi Xian cooperated, he would at least be safe for the time being. Yi Xian moved and left quickly. When he reappeared, he was already in the city. It wasn't difficult to find the city lord. Could even be said that there was no need for Yi Xian to search for him. Someone would naturally find him. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking casually on the streets. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry because he could feel that he was being watched. In other words, Yi Xian's every move from now on would be under the city lord's control. Yi Xian seemed to be searching for the city lord, but in reality, Yi Xian was just familiarizing himself with the city's environment. After all, he would be staying here for a period of time in the future. Perhaps the city lord was getting impatient, or perhaps the person watching him didn't want to continue following him. In any case, a figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. "Are you looking for the city lord?" The person didn't beat around the bush and asked Yi Xian directly. Yi Xian said directly, "Yes, I'm looking for the city lord." Everyone was well aware of the situation, so there was no need to worry about it. "This way, please." Perhaps the person's question was just a casual one. Perhaps his mission was just to bring Yi Xian over. Yi Xian walked forward. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at an extremely large mansion. This was the city lord's mansion. At the same time, it was also the core of the entire first floor. "Please come in, young master. The city lord is already waiting for you inside." Yi Xian nodded and walked in. Chapter 2543. Strengthening recovery soon. They arrived at a residence. Young Master Yi Xian, this was originally the residence of an expert. However, that expert has already reached the second floor, so the house is now empty. The city lord has ordered for you to live here. Are you satisfied? Satisfied? How could he not be satisfied? Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Did he even have a choice? Not to mention Yi Xian being given such a good residence. Even if Yi Xian was given a rundown courtyard, Yi Xian wouldn't have a choice. It's good that you are satisfied. There are more than 300 servants in this residence. The city lord wishes for all of them to be left to you to serve you. Serve me? It's better to say that it's to serve me. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't say that out loud. Instead, he smiled and said, "All right, since it's the city lord's good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse. If Lord Steward sees the city lord, please thank the city lord for his good intentions on behalf of Yi Xian." Of course. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. And thank you very much, steward. After sending the steward off, Yi Xian walked towards his residence. With a wave of his hand, the words "Yi Residence" appeared above the residence. A group of guards and servant girls quickly walked out and respectfully bowed to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't know how many spies the city lord had in the residence, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't slight these people. "Rise, all of you. From now on, you can do as you please in this residence." Everyone nodded and smiled. After all, most of the people here were only servants of this residence. Therefore, they were naturally very happy to have such a kind master. Whether it was the divine world or the source secret realm, there were many such servants. Not to mention the strength of these people, once they recognized a master, they would never betray him. They were different from slaves. They were the exclusive servants of a mansion. They were loyal to the master of the mansion, and when the head of the mansion changed, the object of their loyalty would also change. Generally speaking, every master would bring a group of servants with them. However, there was no difference in the treatment of these servants. This was because the servants were even more important than the people he brought with him. It was like a slave offering his quintessence shard. The servants would also be affected by the contract. However, the manor servant was bound to the manor and not to a specific person. This kind of contract was even more terrifying than the slave contract. This kind of contract couldn't be cancelled at all. However, although it couldn't be cancelled, these people were still very free. So much so that it was very common for servants to buy manors through their own efforts and become masters themselves. Moreover, there would often be servants cultivating outside without being affected in any way. The servant contract was for these people to protect the mansion. Therefore, as long as the mansion was still there, no matter what they did, they would not be punished. Yi Xian quietly replied to his room and immediately began to cultivate. After moving into this mansion, the second step of the plan was to let the city lord see his talent and recognize him as a genius. Therefore, it was necessary to quickly improve his cultivation level. At the same time, Yi Xian could not let the city lord see his uniqueness, so it was necessary for him to go into seclusion, even if it was just an act. In reality, Yi Xian was simply chatting with Luoluo through a secret sound transmission technique. Yi Xian did not bring Luoluo along. After all, if Luoluo came, it would affect Yi Xian's plan. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In these 3 days, Yi Xian never came out. Just as Yi Xian had guessed, someone had indeed passed on the news of Yi Xian's seclusion to the city lord. "City lord, this is what happened. In the past 3 days, that brat did not even take half a step out of his room. Instead, he was in closed-door training. Although he had set up a barrier, I had already set it up beforehand. Therefore, his every move inside could not escape my surveillance." "Oh, he was only cultivating and did not do anything out of the ordinary?" The city lord was a little surprised. The reason he was monitoring Yi Xian was because he wanted to find out the whereabouts of the origin divine crystal from Yi Xian. According to the city lord's thinking, if Yi Xian had really obtained the origin divine crystal, he would have used it to improve his cultivation level. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Then what is the result of his cultivation? The city lord's words were originally just a casual question. However, who would have thought that the eyes of the person in charge of reporting would immediately change? After which, he said with incomparable astonishment, "Sir City Lord, this person is considered to be the person with the greatest aptitude that I have ever seen." "What?" The city lord turned around and looked at the elder behind him. If Yi Xian was here, he would be able to recognize that this elder was the head steward of the Yi residence. The head steward had always been the city lord's subordinate, and his cultivation level was about to break through to the supreme divine lord state. For so many years, the head steward had worked for the city lord and had never made a single mistake. He could be considered the most trusted person of the city lord. That was why the city lord was so excited when he heard the head steward's words. You just said that this person is the most talented person you have ever seen. What do you mean by that? Replying to city lord, this subordinate's words are not arbitrary. In the past few days, this subordinate has been monitoring this person according to city lord's instructions. It can be said that his every move has not escaped this subordinate's monitoring. In just 3 days, this subordinate can clearly feel his aura condensing. If this subordinate's estimation is not wrong, then within half a month, he will definitely be able to break through. Moreover, if he continues to cultivate like this within a year, he will be able to continuously rise 2 levels. 2 consecutive breakthroughs in a year. The city lord's eyes were filled with shock. The head steward's judgment of people was top-notch. Back then, it was this head steward who had discovered that genius and successfully ascended to the 2nd level. After that person had ascended to the 2nd level, he naturally did not forget the city lord's kindness. Therefore, the city lord had benefited greatly. There was a reason why the city lord was still on the 1st level and had not ascended to the 2nd level. However, since his strength had already reached the required level, he could naturally ascend to the 2nd level at any time. Therefore, he could naturally obtain some benefits from the 2nd level. 2 breakthroughs in a year, in Yi Xian's opinion, was perhaps a normal occurrence. In fact, it could even be considered slow. Yi Xian could sometimes achieve several breakthroughs in the blink of an eye. However, in the eyes of the Divine Master and the others, he was definitely a super genius. Is what the head steward said true? Does this person really have such high talent? My lord, please rest assured that I have not seen wrongly. Alright, since that is the case, I shall wait and see. I want to see if he can achieve 2 breakthroughs in a year. Yi Xian did not know about this conversation. However, Yi Xian had been in seclusion for more than a year this time. This was not Yi Xian's will, but because of the system. Just as the head steward reported to the city lord, the system's voice rang out at the same time. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The host's current location is extremely beneficial for the system's recovery. In order to speed up the recovery time, the system has automatically activated the enhanced recovery. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. During the enhanced recovery period, the host can only cultivate here. If the host leaves, the enhanced recovery will be cancelled. Ding! System notification. The system has absorbed the power of the Origin Divine Crystal, and its recovery rate has greatly increased. Host, please take note. If the host maintains the enhanced recovery, the system will regain its basic functions after 1 year and 3 months. 1 year and 3 months? Only 1 year and 3 months would allow the system to regain its basic functions. No matter what, Yi Xian would wait. Chapter 2544. Chapter 2544. Chapter 2544. Yi Xian exits seclusion. The city lord was waiting for Yi Xian to cultivate. Because as long as Yi Xian could complete 2 breakthroughs in a year, then he was definitely a peerless genius worthy of being nurtured by the city lord. In fact, no matter what happened in the past, the city lord could let bygones be bygones. Of course, if the result was not so, then the city lord would directly make a move against Yi Xian. In other words, once it was confirmed that the Origin Divine Crystal was in Yi Xian's possession, then Yi Xian would definitely die. The Divine Dragon Clan and the Chen family had planned for so long. Wasn't it all for the Darkness Origin Beast's Origin God Crystal? It seemed like a 300-year battle, but who could guarantee that they didn't take any action before this 300-year battle? At the same time, although he did not know when the city lord had started paying attention to the 9 Moon Cave, there was no doubt that he had been waiting for a long time. However, for some reason, none of the 3 powers had entered the 9 Moon Cave to directly plunder the 9 Moon Cave. So it was because of that altar. On the surface, it appeared that the altar was only capable of allowing the Darkness Origin Beasts to evolve into Darkness Origin Beasts. However, that was actually not the case. That enormous origin divine crystal was also a treasure to the darkness origin beasts. That was the reason why the darkness origin divine crystal had appeared when the altar was raised. But who would have thought that after planning for so long, Yi Xian would be the one to take advantage of them? In fact, they might not even be able to find any evidence. After all, the origin divine crystal had already been devoured by Yi Xian. How could they possibly find any clues? 1 year and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the God realm, time was often measured in tens of millions of years. This 1 year and 3 months really could only be counted as a short moment. During this 1 year and 3 months, Yi Xian did not move at all, as if he had already passed away. However, during this period of time, they did not slack off in monitoring Yi Xian. Could be said that every month, the city lord would receive a detailed report on Yi Xian. Of course, these 15 reports were almost identical. As time passed, the city lord's wariness towards Yi Xian slowly turned into fondness. Although he still had some suspicions towards Yi Xian, at least he wasn't as vigilant as before. City lord, that brat has broken through. What? He really did it. 2 breakthroughs in a year. Yes, Lord City Lord. Just a moment ago, that boy's entire body was shrouded in clouds of true essence. At the same time, there was also the aura of laws. This subordinate is sure that he has truly broken through. Inside the Castellan manor, the housekeeper in charge of monitoring Yi Xian came to the Castellan and reported to him. When the city lord heard the news, he was pleasantly surprised. Although Yi Xian was a high-level ultimate god, it was extremely rare for him to make 2 breakthroughs in a year. However, if he were to find out that Yi Xian had borrowed the remaining energy of the origin divine crystal to break through to the peak of the 9th level superior divine sovereign realm in one go, what would he think? At this moment, Yi Xian had opened his eyes. There was a smile in his eyes as he asked the system in his heart. System, have you recovered? Ding! System notification. The system has successfully activated the initial functions by borrowing the host's energy. However, it will take another 500 years to fully recover. Good. It's good that the basic functions have been activated. Does this mean that I can use the Dharma power and eternal domain? Ding! System notification. Host, please take note that the system is severely lacking in energy. Therefore, the eternal domain can only be activated once. The Dharma power has been activated. At the same time, the system store has been temporarily suspended. As compensation, the host can obtain more lottery chances. However, due to the lack of energy, the lottery chances will be randomly generated. There may not be a good reward every time. It doesn't matter as long as it's activated. Can I use the detection ability? Yi Xian was very happy. Even if the system store could not be used temporarily, Yi Xian did not feel that it was a big loss. After all, Yi Xian rarely used the system store. Ding! System notification. The detection ability has been activated. However, due to the lack of energy before the system fully recovers, the detection ability will consume 10 times the original energy consumption. At the same time, please take note that the system is temporarily unable to use the Sword Servant upgrade, Bloodline upgrade, and other advanced abilities. Ding! System notification. If the host wishes for the system to recover quickly, it is recommended that the host provide a large amount of Origin Divine Crystal. A large amount of Origin Divine Crystal? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This Divine Origin Crystal wasn't something that could be obtained just because he wanted to. Last time, the huge Divine Origin Crystal was purely a coincidence. If he wanted to obtain another one, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. As for the Origin Divine Crystals obtained from killing the Origin Beasts, they were too small. Yi Xian probably did not even have enough for himself, let alone provide them to the system. However, the system was Yi Xian's most important source of energy. Perhaps Yi Xian could only allocate a portion of his energy to the system. Sacrifice his own leveling speed in exchange for the system's recovery? Or rather, take the initiative to kill various powerful beings in order to obtain more Origin Divine Crystals. Then, while maintaining his own leveling speed, he would still be able to share his energy with the system. 2 choices. Besides these, Yi Xian had no other choice. Of course, as long as the system was initially activated, Yi Xian did not have much to worry about. Yi Xian got up and prepared to leave the city to look for Luo Luo. However, the head butler found Yi Xian before he could. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Master." "Master, this is an invitation from the city lord." "Invitation?" Yi Xian took the invitation in confusion and asked, "Why is the city lord looking for me?" "Master, the day of the beast hunt is in a month's time." This old servant guessed that the city lord intended to invite Master to participate. Beast hunt? It should be the hunting of the origin beasts. However, why was there a need to pick a time? Of course, even though Yi Xian was hesitant, he could not say much. In fact, Yi Xian had already seen through the head butler's identity. After all, the head butler's concern for him had been a little excessive during this period of time. However, Yi Xian naturally could not point it out. Instead, he replied, "All right, I understand. You may leave first. I will go out for a walk before heading to the city lord's manor." "Yes, master." After the head butler left, Yi Xian did not intend to look for Luo Luo. After all, he had been chatting with Luo Luo every day during this period of time. Luo Luo was very clear about Yi Xian's situation. Luo Luo was Yi Xian's Achilles heel. The city lord had not discovered Luo Luo yet, so Yi Xian naturally would not take the initiative to expose himself. Yi Xian had just walked onto the main street when he heard the discussions of the crowd. Chapter 25:45. The hunting ground, have you heard? The city lord actually opened the hunting ground ahead of time. I wonder why. I think it's because the origin beasts there have reached the standard to be hunted. After all, it's not like there's no precedent. Yeah, but this time I'm afraid many people won't be able to return. Sigh, who says so? However, the hunting ground is voluntary. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. After all, the dangers of the hunting ground are obvious. However, everyone knows the benefits. So, are you going to participate? Of course. Normally, the hunting ground is only opened once every 1,000 years. This time, it's opened ahead of time. Who knows when the next time will be? Besides, I heard that this time the hunting ground is opened in the 5th district. It's much safer there. The 5th district? The more Yi Xian listened, the more confused he became. From what these people were saying, it seemed like there were some rules to the hunting ground. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He continued to listen to the conversation between the two people. Yeah, I heard that too. This time, the hunting ground is opened in the 5th district. The origin beasts in the 5th district aren't as violent. Besides, once we enter, we can hunt the origin beasts in the outer circle. As long as we don't enter the inner circle, then it's much safer. There are a total of 5 hunting grounds on the 1st level. The origin beasts in the first 3 districts are extremely powerful. Even the hunting ground's opening time isn't decided by the city lord. We can only wait for it to open. Once we enter, there's no such thing as the inner and outer circles because the origin beasts there are extremely violent. Only the 4th and 5th districts can be controlled. As for the 4th district, it's also 5 times more dangerous. The two people didn't notice that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. Of course, what they were discussing was very ordinary. On the streets, there were people everywhere discussing the hunting ground. Hence, they naturally weren't on guard. Chapter 25:46. A sudden attack. The tedious ceremony was finally over. The city lord did not summon Yi Xian, so Yi Xian left on his own accord. A month later, Yi Xian's hunting ground finally began. Today, the 1,000 of them were the first to enter. Under the envious gazes of the others, they arrived at the portal. However, Yi Xian became the center of attention on this day because Yi Xian was the only person at the side door. In other words, only Yi Xian was participating in the hunting ground and he was at the godly venerable realm. The rest of the people were at least at the lower godly emperor realm. Perhaps there would be some godly venerable realm fellows in the later batch, but there was no doubt that Yi Xian was the only one in the first batch who was below the godly emperor realm. Yi Xian was too lazy to care about the strange gazes of the people around him. Since he was the only one who entered the portal, he was too lazy to wait. While the others were still queuing up, Yi Xian had already stepped into the portal. Yi felt his consciousness become slightly blurred, and he found himself in a special space. There were no mountains, no water, no flowers, and no trees. The sky was dotted with stars, and below his feet were specks of starlight. At this moment, Yi was actually standing on something that looked like a mirror. Moreover, the surface of this mirror was covered with simple and unadorned patterns. There was a mysterious energy flowing through it at all times. Something was wrong. Yi was shocked in his heart because he realized that this place wasn't naturally formed, but rather a man-made place. This was because this place looked like an altar, and it was a boundlessly huge altar. However, Yi clearly heard from those people that the hunting beasts were hunted in the cracks in the void at the edge of the first level. Then why did he appear on such an altar now? Yi was extremely puzzled, but he could not find an explanation. Because Yi was the only one here. However, since he could not find an explanation, Yi would have to find the answer himself. Yi randomly chose a direction and walked forward. After walking for almost 4 hours, Yi finally reached the edge of the altar. However, Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was because the place that he suspected to be an altar was actually a teleportation platform. Everything in the Origin Mystic Realm was huge, but why was a teleportation platform so huge? What was the meaning of this? Wasn't this a waste of Yi 4 hours? What appeared in front of Yi was a broken piece of land. It felt as if a complete mystic realm had been shattered by some mysterious power and turned into pieces of land. Yi was on a very high platform, so Yi could clearly see groups of source beasts and origin beasts strolling leisurely below his feet. There were many different types of origin beasts here, and they all varied in size. When Yi released his consciousness, he saw an origin beast the size of thousands of mountains. Its size was so enormous that even if it spat out a mouthful of saliva, it would be able to form a lake. Yi made a mental note of that spot. No matter what, he would not go there. Yi was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything to such an enormous origin beast. Yi leaped off the huge platform. However, while he was still in mid-air, Yi suddenly stopped falling. At the same time, the god-slaying sword flew out. There was an attack. Boom! In the sky, a strange energy pattern appeared. Then, an origin beast drilled out from the energy pattern. As soon as the origin beast appeared, it attacked Yi. Fortunately, Yi had been prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would have been caught in the crossfire. The origin beast spat out a huge beam of light from its mouth. When this beam of light appeared, it immediately split into tens of thousands of rays and attacked Yi. Damn it! This origin beast is really not that easy to deal with. Yi figure flashed continuously as he retreated. At the same time, the god-slaying sword also erupted with a brilliant light. The god-slaying slash was activated without any hesitation. Boom! The god-slaying sword's sword light cut through a few of the origin beast's light beams, but its energy was depleted. The remaining light beams continued to attack Yi. Yi had no time to react, so he was surrounded by the light beams. The pillars of light instantly weaved into a cage around Yi. Yi had just appeared, and before he could kill the origin beast, he was trapped by this origin beast. Yi was trapped in the light beam cage, and the origin beast came to Yi side. "Human, why are you here?" The origin beast asked Yi in human language. The origin beast had a head like a monkey and a body like a giant wolf. However, it had 2 pairs of wings on its back and a tail like a lone snake. Of course, Yi would not be fooled by its appearance. After all, Yi knew very well that the origin beast's form could be changed according to its will. There was no fixed form. As long as the origin beast was willing, it could even change its form to look exactly like Yi. Of course, their appearance could be changed, but their overall size could not be changed. Yi looked at the origin beast but did not reply. He had come here to hunt the origin beast, not to befriend it. 10,000 swords in one. Kill it. Suddenly, Yi attacked as soon as he said he would. The Godslayer suddenly erupted with a strong light. In an instant, 10,000 Godslayer swords rushed out of the gaps in the cage and attacked the origin beast. How could the origin beast have thought that Yi would attack just like that? Therefore, it wasn't on guard in the slightest. At this moment, when it was suddenly attacked by Yi Xian, the origin beast actually didn't have time to react. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rang out. This time, the origin beast was the one who was attacked. Not a single one of the 10,000 swords missed. All of them hit the origin beast. However, Yi Xian did not even look at the origin beast. Instead, he held the Godslayer in his hand and slashed at the light cage. The origin beast was being attacked and had no time to pay attention to the cage. If Yi Xian did not take advantage of this opportunity to escape, when would he have another chance? Deity vanquishing slash. A violent attack slashed at the light cage. In an instant, the cage shattered and turned into specks of light that disappeared. At the same time, Yi Xian activated his infinite teleportation and rushed towards the origin beast. Die for me! Chapter 2547. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Primordial Divine Bone. At the same time, the Law Divine Bow appeared in Yi Xian's hands. Without another word, Yi Xian pulled on the string of the Law Divine Bow. This series of attacks happened in the blink of an eye. This time, Yi Xian had bound a drop of purple blood to one of the Law Divine arrows. This purple blood had been collected by Yi Xian when he was in the Divine Realm continent. However, it hadn't been of much use ever since he'd obtained it. Perhaps Yi Xian hadn't found a way to use this blood, or perhaps it was completely useless. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian knew. Once this blood exploded, it would be extremely powerful. Boom! A ripple appeared in the sky. This was the ultimate explosion caused by the combination of the purple blood and the power of the various Law Divine arrows. The shockwave was so powerful that it happened in an instant. Then, the clouds in the sky were cleared. However, what happened next put Yi Xian on guard. This was because even in the face of such a powerful attack, the origin beast didn't die. At this moment, the origin beast was only slightly smaller in size and clearly much weaker. However, it was still alive. What a tenacious life force! No wonder it was an origin beast unique to the origin mystic realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, his heart skipped a beat. If one attack couldn't kill the origin beast, then Yi Xian would attack twice. Die for me! Yi Xian shot out another drop of purple blood. Since Yi Xian hadn't been able to find a use for it, he might as well use it to kill the origin beast and obtain the origin divine crystal to increase his cultivation base. Boom! There was another violent explosion. This time, the source beast seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's strength and actually fled into the distance without the slightest hesitation. It was trying to escape. Yi Xian didn't expect that this source beast would actually escape just like that. It didn't have the slightest scruple. However, wasn't it a little too late to escape now? Another strange pattern appeared in front of the origin beast. Yi Xian knew that this was the origin beast's special teleportation method. After all, Yi Xian had seen the origin beast emerge from the pattern. However, how could Yi Xian let him escape? So, as soon as the pattern appeared, Yi Xian launched his attack. Along with Yi Xian was the Godslayer controlled by Wei Zhentian. At that moment, the God-slaying sword once again activated all swords as one and slashed at the source beast. Boom! Boom! How could that source beast possibly have the ability to resist Yi Xian's attack? That pathetic source beast had only just appeared, but it had already been finished off by Yi Xian. Unlike other people, Yi Xian didn't need to collect the origin divine crystal of the origin beast. Furthermore, Yi Xian didn't need to store any energy. Thus, Yi Xian swallowed the origin beast's corpse with a wave of his hand. Ding! System notification. Host has killed the origin beast. Ding! System notification. Although this isn't the host's first time killing an origin beast, the first kill reward has not been issued due to system maintenance. Now, the system has issued a first kill reward. This time, the reward is doubled. Ding! System notification. The system is running out of energy, so this reward has been redeemed as a random draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have won 1,000 random draws. Yi Xian was stunned. 1,000 random draws. What kind of concept was this? In the past, Yi Xian would have been very happy if he had won a few random draws. However, this time, the system had rewarded Yi Xian with 1,000 random draws. Wasn't this a sign that he was about to strike it rich? However, just as Yi Xian was feeling excited, the system notification sounded again. It seemed that there was no need for him to be so excited. This was because the system had already notified him that the current random draws weren't of such high quality and he could even get rubbish items. After looking around and seeing that there was no danger, Yi Xian decided to try the current lottery first. Come on, system. Let's try 100 random draws and test my luck. 100 random draws to test his luck. If this had happened in the past, Yi Xian would probably wake up laughing in his dreams if he could casually throw 100 random draws. Of course, Yi Xian was also very excited at this moment. Although the current lottery's quality had dropped, at least there were still so many chances. Following Yi Xian's command, the system notification followed. Ding! System notification. The host has used a random draw and obtained a century-old ginseng, a pack of figs, and a common iron longsword. The system notification kept ringing, but Yi Xian only frowned as he listened. Wasn't the quality of the random draw dropping too much? A pair of worn-out sandals? A broken bowl? Did the system think that he was a garbage collector? A spirit stone? A pack of spirit stone powder? What the hell was this? The more Yi Xian listened, the more upset he felt. The quality of this random draw had dropped too much. After the system notification ended, Yi Xian was shocked to discover that the best prize he had gotten in his 100 draws was actually an elixir. It was an elixir called the Energy Recovery Elixir. However, this elixir couldn't restore his inner chi at all. D***. Isn't my luck a little too bad? System, I want to do 900 consecutive draws. Directly use up all the remaining 900 draws. Don't give me any rubbish items. Just give me the items that are useful to me. Yi Xian also became ruthless in his heart. He didn't try his luck anymore and directly used the remaining 900 lottery draws together. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 100 Battle Cloak, Dragon Shackle, 1000 Caddy Blade. This time, Yi Xian wanted the system to give him the items that were useful to him. However, he didn't expect that the results would be so unsatisfactory. Indeed, Yi Xian could use these items, but he couldn't because their quality was too low. The more Yi Xian listened, the more bored he felt. However, just as he was about to stop the system notification and go down to kill the origin beast, a system notification caught Yi Xian's attention. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Primordial God's Bone. Primordial God's Bone? What was this? After waiting for so long and drawing 1,000 draws, he had finally gotten something that could catch Yi Xian's eye. In that case, Yi Xian naturally had to take a closer look. Yi Xian immediately clicked on the description of the Primordial God's Bone. When he saw it, he was extremely astonished. The Primordial God's Bone was left behind by the fallen elites of the Primordial Era. The elites of the Primordial Era were originally immortal, but under special circumstances, they could also fall. The world had changed drastically, and there were thousands of laws. Most of the elites of the Primordial Era had fallen, and there weren't many things left behind. Chapter 2548. Going the Wrong Way. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission. Forge the Primordial Divine Body. Ding! System notification. The Primordial Divine Body is not the power of the bloodline, but the strength of the host's bones. If the host obtains the complete Primordial Divine Body, then the host will have the ability to live forever. Ding! Host, please take note that the term live forever refers to the powerful ability to control the power of the laws. Yi Xian was stunned. He was shocked by the description of the Primordial Divine Bone. Controlling the power of the laws? What kind of power was that? As far as Yi Xian knew, whether it was the God Realm or the current Origin Secret Realm, there was no such thing as controlling the power of the laws. Comprehending the laws was the ultimate goal of everyone's cultivation, and no matter how one comprehended the laws, it could be said that it was impossible to control the laws. Controlling the power of the laws was the power of the laws. the primordial divine bone actually had such a powerful effect. Even if it required Yi Xian to create a complete primordial divine bone, this was still an opportunity. Once he succeeded, Yi Xian would be able to escape the restrictions of the realm of the gods. But what did it mean to escape the realm of the gods? Yi Xian did not dare to think about it, because it was too far away for him. System, I want to fuse with the primordial divine bone. Ding! System notification. The system does not have enough energy to fuse with the primordial divine bone. Yi Xian was stunned. He had been so excited that he had forgotten that the system only had basic functions. It looked like he had to leave the primordial divine bone for now. Yi Xian carefully stroked the primordial divine bone, feeling the ancient and weathered aura on it. With a sigh, Yi Xian put the primordial divine bone into his interspatial ring. Since Yi Xian had already been given this opportunity, Yi Xian believed that he would be able to collect a complete set of primordial divine bones and strengthen his own body to achieve the primordial divine body. Yi Xian gathered his thoughts and looked down. There were still many source beasts waiting for Yi Xian to kill. Although killing this source beast did not increase Yi Xian's cultivation base, Yi Xian knew that every source beast he killed would increase his strength and the system's recovery. As long as he persevered, increasing his cultivation base and recovering the system would not be difficult. Yi Xian descended from the sky and directly began his hunting journey. Whether it was an origin beast or an ordinary origin beast, once Yi Xian encountered them, Yi Xian would mercilessly kill them and then quickly devour them. One by one, the source beasts turned into experience points for Yi Xian to level up and energy for the system's recovery. Yi Xian, on the other hand, walked further and further away. Because he was too focused on hunting origin beasts, Yi Xian didn't notice in the slightest that these shattered continents were actually moving. Moreover, once the two continents connected, they would strangely fuse together. After a certain period of time, they would separate again. On the surface, it seemed that Yi Xian had been fighting on one continent, but in reality, Yi Xian had already passed through two continents. Unknowingly, he had arrived on another continent. Coincidentally, the continent he was heading to was the continent where the divine emperors were. 10 days. Originally, Yi Xian could have spent 10 days alone to hunt source beasts on his continent. Even if there were people who entered later, they were all godly venerables. With Yi Xian's peak grade 9 godly venerables cultivation base, it could be said that Yi Xian was invincible on his original continent. It was impossible for anyone to do anything to him. Unfortunately, once Yi Xian changed continents and came to this place where the divine emperor realm hunted origin beasts, he wouldn't be so lucky. He was no longer the strongest. Instead, he had been reduced to the weakest. After all, the minimum requirement to enter this continent was to be a lower-grade first divine emperor. Yi Xian did not realize what he had experienced. At that moment, he was still hunting source beasts in front of him. System. How strong is this source beast? Ding. System notification. Target is equivalent to a lower-grade third divine emperor. Emperor God realm? What's going on? Why is there an origin divine beast in the Emperor God realm? I've never seen one before. The most powerful one I've seen is only equivalent to a grade 3 third rank ultimate God realm origin beast. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He'd killed hundreds of origin beasts before, but he hadn't encountered a single origin beast that surpassed the divine sovereign realm. Of course, with the exception of the super big fellow that Yi Xian had sensed at the beginning, Yi Xian hadn't dared to look for him at all. However, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised to encounter a source beast of the divine emperor realm. Wei Zhentian, go. Kill this source beast for me. Yi Xian did not waste any time and immediately rushed towards the source beast. However, at that moment a terrifying attack suddenly came. The attack appeared without any warning. Moreover, the attack was aimed at taking Yi Xian's life. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. The host has suffered a fatal attack. System. Automatic defense. Godslayer's absolute defense activated. Boom. With a loud bang, Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. However, a circle of light enveloped Yi Xian. This was one of the Godslayer's abilities, the absolute defense. Absolute defense. The Godslayer has fused with the mysterious alternate space, resulting in a special mutation. It will use the alternate space's ability to provide the host with an absolute defense. Every time this defense is activated, it will take a year to cool down. Moreover, every time it is activated, it will require an alternate space to be reactivated. This defense borrows the power of the heavens and earth's law to ignore all attacks. Can also randomly teleport the host away. This was the God Slayer's absolute defense. Could be said that every time it was activated, it had to pay a huge price. This thing was not just about the cooldown time. Yi Xian could still accept a cooldown time of 1 year. The most important thing was the alternate space. Every time it was activated, it would require an alternate space to be activated. What was an alternate space? To put it simply, it was a secret realm. In other words, every time it was activated, the price was to find a secret realm. After all, it could be used several times to guard it. The last time, Yi Xian had already used it. Could be said that this time, Yi Xian would definitely need an alternate space to activate the absolute defense. Yi Xian stood up from the dust. The defensive light was still surrounding him. However, Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. During this time, Yi Xian had not subdued any alternate space. Then, to activate the absolute defense this time, what alternate space was the system using? Chapter 25:49. Mi Yan and Fei Yan, be it the devouring space or the ancient zither space, they were both the source of Yi Xian's power. If any of them were to be damaged, Yi Xian would suffer a huge loss. Yi Xian quickly checked, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Then, where did this alternate space come from? System, what alternate space did I use to activate the God-slaying sword's absolute defense? The reason why Yi Xian didn't care about the battle was because this question was too important. Ding! System notification. Using absolute defense this time consumed Yi Zong's trial secret realm. Yi Zong? Yi Xian had a strange expression. Yi Zong was indeed established by Yi Xian, but he did not even stay in Yi Zong for more than a few days before he did not return because of various matters. Yi Xian did not know what was going on with Yi Zong, but he thought that it should be nothing. Kunlun God Domain, Jufang 60,000 Realms, Yi Zong. A young girl was looking at the sky above Yi Zong in shock. Just a moment ago, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above Yi Zong, and then a secret realm of Yi Zong was swallowed up. It's the young master, it must be the young master. Only the young master can do this. The young girl said in surprise. That secret realm was one of Yi Zong's backup secret realms, and no disciples were arranged to cultivate there. Therefore, Yi Zong did not suffer any losses. At this moment, the entire Yi Zong was in an uproar, and countless people rushed out. They looked at the sky outside, and at the secret realm that disappeared. Finally, they muttered, "Master! The master is back!" No, it's the sect leader who summoned the sect's secret realm in another place. Look, the master god is back. Just as the people of the Yi sect were discussing this, a pair of majestic divine palace guards, escorting Miya, rushed over from the sky. Mi Yan used all her power to search for Yi Xian, but to no avail. She only knew that Yi Xian might have gone to another powerful world. As a divine master, Mimi naturally knew about the enforcers of order and protectors. However, she didn't have the ability to enter. Even if she could get some information through her connections, unfortunately, it was impossible for her to investigate Yi Xian. Thus, Miyu could only wait patiently. However, while she was waiting, the mystic realm gave the order to move the Divine Master Palace to one of the 9 cardinal 60,000 territories, right next to Yi Zong. After all, Yi Zong was founded by Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian was someone who was concerned about this place, it was possible that Yi Xian would pass on some news to Yi Zong once he returned. Greetings, Divine Lord. Everyone knelt down to pay their respects, but Mi Si simply waved her hand and quickly walked towards the girl from before. Fian, what happened? Did he come back? Mi Si was visibly excited. Looking at Fei Yan, she was actually trembling slightly. Reporting to Lord Divine Lord, it's not that the young master has returned, but that the young master has been summoned away from a secret realm of the Yi sect. What? The secret realm has been summoned away by him? Could it be that he has encountered some kind of danger? Fian, I know that you have a special connection with him. No matter where he is, you can instantly teleport over. Could it be that you still can't do it now? Reporting to Lord Divine Lord previously, Fian could only roughly sense the young master's aura. It was impossible for me to teleport over. However, this time, as I left the secret realm, I could clearly sense the young master's aura. However, it is impossible to go over because there seems to be a powerful force guarding that place. Fian's expression was somewhat sorrowful. Ever since the start of the Divine Domain War, Yi Xian had been acting alone. Fian's strength wasn't enough, so she could only stay in the Yi sect and lead the Divine Talisman race to build the Yi sect. However, just like that, Yi Xian had left them. Everyone knew that Yi Xian had gone to another powerful world. Perhaps it was a secret realm, or perhaps it was some other place. Back when Yi Xian was fighting in the Demon God domain, they were still able to obtain some information about Yi Xian. But now there was no information at all. Is there really no way at all? Fian, don't tell me that even you don't have a way? Mi Yan's expression was somewhat desolate. The people around her didn't say anything. During this period of time, whether it was the people of the Yi sect or the Divine Palace Guards, in fact, they all understood Mi Yan's thoughts. Mi Yan had fallen in love with Yi Xian and couldn't extricate herself. Thus, no one was surprised by Mi Li's words. Fian looked at Mi Yan. How could she not see through Mi Yan's thoughts? In fact, of course, she also wanted to return to Yi Xian's side. After thinking for a moment, Fian said, Lord Divine Lord, perhaps we still have a way, and it is the only way. What way? Fian, tell me quickly. What is it? No matter what you need, I can give it to you. Lord Divine Lord, don't get too excited. The method I'm talking about does require a lot of resources, but the most important thing is that the success rate is extremely low, less than 10%. Fian said, 10%? That's already very high. Even if it's only 5%, it's still better than us waiting here. Fian, tell me quickly, what do we need to do? Lord Divine Lord, my clan has a secret method that requires us to form a contract like the young master and I. However, as the price, it is very likely that our godhead will shatter. In other words, if we can't reach the young master's side, our godhead will definitely shatter. Even if we can reach the young master's side, our strength will be greatly reduced. Lord Divine Lord, you must think carefully. Once we embark on this path, there will be no room for us to turn back. It turned out that Fian had a special ability called the Three Lives Art. Although the name of the Three Lives Art was a bit strange, its function was to search for people. Once it was activated, it would forcibly use the user's cultivation, divine sense, soul strength, and even the user's physical body to perform a forced teleportation. During the teleportation process, if there wasn't enough energy, the consequences could be imagined. However, as a supplement, it could also be used to set up a strange formation called the Three Lives Formation. The function of this formation was to gather all the power of the user and use it as a form of teleportation. After Fian told Mia about this idea, Mia didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out everything she had. Chapter 2550. Reunite. However, the two women were fearless. They supported each other and infused their blood into the formation. At the same time, all the resources that Mimi had accumulated throughout her life, including treasures and spiritual stones, were turned into energy that was continuously devoured by the formation. After 7 days, the formation was finally completed. During these 7 days, the two women's blood had never stopped flowing. It could be said that they had almost died several times. If not for the support of countless treasures and pills, they would never have made it this far. At this moment, the two women sat weakly in the formation, supporting each other. However, there was a satisfied smile on their faces. Fian, activate the formation. Let's go find him. Yes, Sister Mimi. However, Sister Mimi, are you really willing to give up the glory and wealth of the God Realm and the position of Lord of Two God Realms? What's the point of saying these things at this point? Let's go. Let's go together. It's either life or death. Even if it's death, I'll be satisfied to be able to see him. All right, Fian said resolutely. At this moment, the entire Kunlun God Realm and the Shifter God Realm were on their knees, respectfully sending off their God Master. Eh? What's going on? Why did my faith points suddenly increase? Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. At this moment, Yi Xian had already stayed here for a total of 15 days. Last time, after Yi Xian activated the absolute defense of the God-slaying sword, he knew very well that he was no match for the person who ambushed him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to activate the teleportation ability. This time, the teleportation actually sent Yi Xian to a remote place. There were not many people here. Of course, there were also fewer origin beasts. However, it was exceptionally powerful. It could be said that it was impossible for Yi Xian to kill source beasts to his heart's content like before. Instead, every time he did, he would have to pay an enormous price and experience a bloody battle. Yi Xian did not know where he was exactly, but he knew that this place was not simple. This was because the origin beasts around him were basically all superior God Emperor realm origin beasts. As for Yi Xian, he spent almost every day searching for isolated origin beasts. Even if it was a lone origin beast, Yi Xian could not guarantee that he could kill it because Yi Xian was only at the ultimate God realm, even if he was at the peak 9th grade ultimate God realm. He had to use his full strength to kill an origin beast at the lower level ultimate God realm. How would he dare to provoke something that was too powerful? However, it was hard to find an origin beast of the inferior celestial the Arch realm in this place, let alone a grade 5 origin beast. Hence, Yi Xian's harvest over the past few days was not very impressive. Fortunately, as the second group of people entered, a portion of the origin beasts would be lured away from time to time. At the very least, Yi Xian now had a way to leave this place. After all, he had been trapped here for a very long time. Suddenly, Yi Xian seemed to have sensed something as his gaze locked onto a certain spot. What is it? Why do I feel a sense of concern in my heart? The God-slaying sword circled around Yi Xian, and the law divine bow was also lowered by Yi Xian, but his gaze was locked on that spot. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared, and two figures fell directly from mid-air. Fian, Mi Li. Yi Xian was greatly surprised. He never thought that Fian and Mi Li would actually appear here. This was the origin secret realm. This was an existence that had long surpassed the divine realm continent. How did these two women come here? Yi Xian could not understand. Yi Xian was enduring fear, but he could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. After all, it was simply unimaginable to come to the origin secret realm from the divine realm continent. However, they had really come. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly caught the two girls. At this moment, the two women had not completely lost consciousness. Looking at Yi Xian, Fian weakly called out, "Young master." Mi Li, on the other hand, called out Yi Xian, emotionally with tears in her eyes. Then the two of them both fainted. What was this called? Yi Xian was quite helpless. The appearance of the two women had long exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. There were too many variables during this period of time, and coupled with Luolua's return, Yi Xian had almost forgotten about the two women. But he never thought that they would actually come looking for him. From the divine realm continent directly to the origin secret realm, Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and two origin divine crystals appeared, then floated above the two women's heads, replenishing their divine power. With Yi Xian's eyes, he could naturally see that the two women were fine. The most important thing was that they had lost too much divine power, even to the point of exhaustion. Yi Xian did not know what the two women had experienced, but he knew that the two women must have paid a great price to chase him from the divine realm to here. Origin divine crystals appeared one after another, replenishing the two women's energy. These origin divine crystals were Yi Xian's harvest during this period of time. Originally, Yi Xian was prepared to devour all of them, but ever since he came to this strange place, he gave up on the idea immediately. Instead, he prepared to leave 10 origin divine crystals, in case he did not have enough origin divine crystals to pay when he left directly. After all, Yi Xian still did not know what the city lord was planning to do with him. Thus, Yi Xian did not want to provoke the city lord if he could help it. These origin divine crystals were all of Yi Xian's reserves. Of course, in addition to the origin divine crystals, Yi Xian also began to refine pills at the same time. Now that the two women were too weak, Yi Xian had no choice but to do his best to save them. As for other matters, He could only wait for the two women to wake up before he could ask them about it. Big brother, it's right in front. I've been observing for a few days now. There's a little guy hiding here and hunting for origin beasts, but I'm not strong enough, so I didn't bother with him. Now that big brother is here, that guy can forget about escaping from our grasp. Of course, but have you confirmed his identity? It won't be good if we offend the younger generation of some big family. Big brother, your joke isn't funny at all. Are you afraid of offending some big family? Haha, you're good with words, kid. That's right, the 7 absolutes and 3 demons are not just for fun. Second brother, third brother, the 2 of you surround him. I won't complain about having too many origin divine crystals. Who cares who he is, we'll talk after we snatch it. Yes, big brother. You can rest assured with me in charge. How could we possibly let the prey that the 3 demons have set their eyes on escape? The 3 of them moved quickly, and they had actually prepared a seal. The 3 of them quickly rushed to Yi Xian's location and immediately set up a seal. Chapter 25:51. Attack of the 3 fiends. Although the 3 fiends were not afraid of anyone, they were still prepared and would not provoke a powerful enemy. After all, although they said that they were not afraid, their own strength was only average. The 3 of them were only lower-level divine emperors. How could they not be afraid of anyone when they were merely lower-level divine emperors? However, Yi Xian was very clear about their every move. It could be said that Yi Xian already knew from the moment the 3 of them started to surround Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian simply did not have the time to pay attention to them. Fian and Mi Li were still unconscious. This made Yi Xian very worried. The 2 women had crossed the god realm to chase him here. Yi Xian would be lying if he said he was not moved. Last time, Yi Xian had gone berserk and all the resources had been devoured by the system. However, after such a short time, the ancient zither space had enough resources to refine some pills. As time passed, the 3 people were getting closer and closer to Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he did not go out now, he would not be able to do anything. No matter how strong the 3 people were, Yi Xian could only face them head-on. After all, behind Yi Xian, the 2 women had no ability to resist. Divine Flower Sword Servants. Protect them. Yi Xian summoned the Divine Flower Sword Servants to protect the 2 women. As for himself, he was already on the move. That's strange. Why hasn't that person moved yet? Could it be that he hasn't discovered us? That doesn't make sense. Boss, why don't I use my divine sense to check? The person who led the 3 fiends to Yi Xian said to the leader of the 3 fiends. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a ray of light suddenly attack him. The power contained in that ray of light was enormous. Most importantly, it was a divine sense attack. The person was so frightened that his expression changed drastically. He immediately tried to defend himself. However, this was a divine sense attack. Without any preparation, how could he defend against it? It was silent, as if nothing had happened. However, the person who had led the way had already fallen to the ground. Yi Xian had already discovered this guy 2 days ago. However, he was only a mere 2nd-grade inferior celestial emperor, so Yi Xian didn't take him seriously at all. He only thought that this guy was just looking for an opportunity to kill an origin beast. Who would have thought that this person's target was him? Therefore, there was no way Yi Xian would let him stay. Obviously, the other 3 were also helpers that this guy had found. Yi Xian had long known that he would not be able to avoid being robbed in the process of hunting beasts. However, he did not expect that it would come so quickly. He also did not expect that the first person to make a move on him would be a mere lower 2nd-grade divine emperor. This time, Yi Xian was using spiritual sense devouring. As his cultivation base increased, many techniques and equipment could no longer keep up with Yi Xian's usage. Spiritual sense devouring was no exception. However, Yi Xian could still use it when necessary. Not long ago, Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of faith points. Could be said that this had skyrocketed. Although Yi Xian did not know what had happened, since he had obtained faith points, it was not impossible for him to obtain devouring points or eternal points. This time, Yi Xian had suddenly made a move. He had already decided to kill this guy in one strike. Of course, he would not really kill this guy. He would just use spiritual sense control to temporarily control this guy. Yi Xian did not need much time, because this guy was only useful for one strike to Yi Xian. Spiritual sense control was to temporarily control this guy, but it wouldn't take his life. At this moment, this guy had fallen to the ground because of Yi Xian's order. Yi Xian wanted to deal a fatal blow to the leader of the three demons. The leader of the three demons looked at his fallen comrade, but there was no difference in his eyes. It was as if he was just a passerby who had fallen in front of him. Boy, I didn't expect that a mere hierarch realm would be able to mix into the hunting team. You're really something. Haha. Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, in front of absolute strength, your little tricks are useless. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. Leave behind your interspatial ring and all your treasures, then get lost immediately. I won't be bothered to kill you. Killing a mere hierarch realm expert like you is simply a waste of time. What an arrogant tone. This guy actually did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. System. Detect this guy's strength. Ding! System notification. Target lower grade 6 Divine Emperor. Lower grade 6 Divine Emperor. He was higher than Yi Xian by a whole 6 grades. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He did have the right to be arrogant. Yi Xian did have a lot of tricks up his sleeves, but even so, it was extremely difficult to kill him. Even a slight mistake could lead to certain death. Moreover, this was Yi Xian. If it was any other peak grade 9 upper hierarch realm expert, it would be impossible for them to kill a lower grade 6 Divine Emperor expert even if they had the title of supremacy. Yi Xian looked at this person as he pondered in his heart. Just what should he do to have a complete plan? The lower grade 2 Divine Emperor lying on the ground was Yi Xian's backup plan. However, it was extremely difficult for a lower grade 2 Divine Emperor to achieve great results even if it was a sneak attack. Could be said that Yi Xian was facing an extremely difficult choice this time. Moreover, this choice did not give Yi Xian too much time to think about it. After all, the other two had already surrounded him. He could not care so much. The leader of the three demons was the strongest among the three. If Yi Xian could kill him quickly, he might be able to avoid a battle with the other two. Now, Yi Xian did not have the time to think about it. He had to act when it was time. True 6 syllables, wound. Suddenly, Yi Xian launched an attack. That guy did not put Yi Xian in his eyes at this moment. This was Yi Xian's best chance, or even his only chance. Along with the true 6 syllables, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and launched an attack. At the same time, the divine bow in Yi Xian's hand and the divine with sword servants that were suddenly summoned launched an attack. Eternal Night Domain. Absolute Zero. All of Yi Xian's techniques were unleashed. At the same time, Yi Xian also rushed towards that guy. Yi Xian could only hope that the god-slaying sword would be able to kill in one hit. Of course, along with Yi Xian's attack, the lower grade 2 Divine Emperor on the ground also jumped up and launched a fatal attack. Chapter 2552. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' every trick in the book A Drop of Purple Blood appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Could be said that Yi Xian had used all the tricks he could. Boom, 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 boom. A torrential storm of attacks poured out in the blink of an eye. The boss of the three demons didn't even have the chance to react. Absolute Zero froze that person for a moment, but it was in that moment that all the attacks arrived at the same time. After the god-slaying sword activated the unification sword, it automatically returned to Yi Xian's hand. At the same time, Yi Xian unleashed 7 consecutive deity vanquishing slashes. The Law Divine Bow's Law Divine Arrow arrived almost at the same time as the deity vanquishing slash. One of the Law Divine Arrow had purple blood on it. The last one to arrive was the person controlled by Yi Xian. However, his attack was also the most powerful. This was because he had detonated himself and used all of his cultivation to attack the boss of the three evils. All the attacks were completed in the blink of an eye. The leader did not even make a sound before he was surrounded by violent power. Boom! Another incomparably loud explosion sounded out. However, this time the range of the explosion was extremely small. Yi Xian knew that it was the attack of that fellow at the second-rank Divine Emperor realm who had exploded. When all the power was concentrated at one point, the power could only be described as terrifying. Yi Xian frowned. He was waiting for the result. He had used all his tricks and launched his strongest attack. Would it be effective? Yi Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. It was the sound of someone vomiting blood. However, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Since the leader of the three demons was still vomiting blood, it meant that such a powerful attack, and a sneak attack at that, had not killed him. Die for me! Yi Xian did not dare hesitate. The god-slaying sword returned to Yi Xian's hand, and Yi Xian attacked again. Yi Xian seemed to have gone crazy. The god-slaying sword in his hand slashed down again and again. Leader! Damned bastard! You actually dared to sneak attack the boss. Behind him, the voices of the two people could be heard. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing the boss of the three demons of the lower grade 6 celestial god realm. Yi Xian did not know what the system was saying after that, because when Yi Xian took this guy's Chen Kuan ring, he quickly activated infinite teleportation and escaped far away. The two of them didn't know what was going on with their boss, so they didn't attack Yi Xian. Instead, they quickly went to their boss's side. However, when they arrived at the boss's side, their expressions changed drastically. Boss is dead. The leader of the three demons, who was 6 ranks higher than Yi Xian, had actually died just like that. In fact, as soon as they appeared, they were killed by Yi Xian. A great sense of fear instantly engulfed the two of them. Was that guy really a Hierarch realm brat? Why was he able to kill their boss? One should know that he was just an Hierarch realm brat, but he couldn't even break through their boss's defense. Why was he able to do it? The two of them were extremely frightened and even put on a defensive posture. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. It wasn't impossible to kill someone who was 2 or 3 ranks higher than oneself if one had a powerful treasure or divine ability. It was indeed a common occurrence to kill someone who was 2 or 3 ranks higher than oneself. However, this time it was a full 6 ranks higher. What kind of heaven-defying technique did this guy have to be able to kill their boss who was 6 ranks higher than him? The two of them couldn't help but think so. They raised their heads and looked at Yi Xian, who was still on alert and unconcerned. The two of them actually felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Xian's cultivation level was clearly lower than theirs, but they felt that even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to kill Yi Xian. Second brother and third brother looked at each other. Then, without any hesitation, they fled into the distance. They ran away. Yi Xian only let out a sigh of relief when the two of them retreated. However, at the same time, Yi Xian also had to run away. Although the battle just now was extreme, the shockwaves from the battle were enough to attract the attention of the surrounding origin beasts. Once discovered by the origin beasts, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have a chance to escape. Yi Xian directly took Mi Li and Fian and ran away in the opposite direction of where the three of them had escaped. It could be said that Fian and Mi Li's arrival had directly disrupted Yi Xian's plan. Yi Xian originally wanted to look for an opportunity to make a huge profit from this hunt to increase his strength and speed up the system's restoration process. However, with Mi Li and Fian's appearance, Yi Xian had no choice but to consider whether he should push them out earlier. At this moment, the two women had already fallen unconscious. Yi Xian didn't even know how long they would be unconscious. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't possibly bring the two of them with him to battle. However, if Yi Xian left earlier, he was afraid that he would attract the city lord's attention. Once the city lord discovered Mi Li and Fian, the consequences wouldn't be something Yi Xian wanted to see. Helpless, Yi Xian could only continue to stay here. Yi Xian kept running towards the edge of the region. Yi Xian had to reach the edge of the region to have a chance to protect himself, Mi Li and Fian. After all, the battles in the central region were extremely intense. People were hunting origin beasts and snatching resources from each other. Everyone had already gone crazy for the sake of origin divine crystals. This was especially true for those who entered later. Some of them even formed small teams and didn't hunt origin beasts at all. Instead, they hunted other people. In their minds, the first batch of people who entered had undoubtedly already obtained some origin divine crystals. If they could hunt a few more people who entered first, they would undoubtedly make a huge profit. Therefore, many people gave up on hunting origin beasts and started to target other people instead. Of course, since these people who entered first had the qualifications to enter first, they definitely had some special methods. Therefore, it was really hard to say who would win if a battle broke out. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already far away from that troublesome place. No matter how intense the battle in the central region was, Yi Xian wouldn't pay attention to it. Right now, Yi Xian was only thinking about how to protect Mi Qi and Fian. However, even if Yi Xian hid in a convenient area, it didn't mean that no one would come looking for trouble with him. Chapter 25:53. Someone pays a visit. Since Yi Xian could think of a place further away from the battle, why couldn't the others think of it as well? This way, those who were weaker in power would flee to the edge of the battle once they obtained some benefits and wait for the hunt to end before escaping. Following that, those who weren't too strong but had some strength would form teams to search for those who were hiding in the edge of the battle. All for the sake of obtaining the origin divine crystal. Yi Xian hadn't miscalculated, but because he had never been to this hunting ground before. Therefore, Yi Xian followed his usual routine of searching for treasures to look at this beast hunting trip. In the past, when searching for treasures, everyone was competing for one or several treasures. Therefore, they would gather at the places where treasures appeared and fight. However, hunting beasts were different. Hunting beasts were hunting origin beasts. Origin beasts were living creatures. Furthermore, they possessed intelligence. Therefore, strictly speaking, there was no such thing as a safe zone that was far away from the center. It was only slightly better. Yi Xian brought Mi Qi and Fian to hide in a certain place in the east and even set up a series of restrictions. According to Yi Xian's plan, they would wait for the hunt to end and then leave. Of course, if an origin beast passed by, Yi Xian wouldn't mind killing it. After all, Mi Li and Fian had used special abilities and consumed a lot of essence blood to be transported to the origin mystic realm. It could be said that they were lucky not to have died, so they naturally fell into a weakened state. It could be said that they had been in a comatose state ever since they saw Yi Xian. Fortunately, their condition had stabilized, so Yi Xian didn't have to worry too much. As time passed, Yi Xian originally thought that he could wait until the hunt was over and then leave. However, one day the restrictions suddenly gave off a warning. Yi Xian's divine telekinesis sensed it. No, this isn't an origin beast's way of attacking. This is a divine telekinesis test. After all, the two girls were by his side, so Yi Xian had set up a complete set of restrictions in this area, including a special restriction that prevented divine telekinesis from probing. The general function of the restriction was to direct the divine telekinesis of those who were inspecting this area to another place, turning this area into a blind spot. However, no matter how subtle the restriction was, there were still people who could detect the abnormality. At this moment, a few people noticed the abnormality. I say, Brother Lin, aren't you overthinking it? We've already checked this area and found nothing out of the ordinary. Why did you come back? No, there's something strange here. Lin Tianjue was one of the genius-level gang members in the Azure Dragon Gang. He had even been taken in as a foster son by the Azure Dragon Gang's leader. He was deeply trusted by the Azure Dragon Gang's leader, and many people believed that he could be of help to the next generation. Lin Tianjue's talent didn't lie in cultivation or any special mystique, but in his spiritual will. According to him, he came from the primeval mystic realm. Primeval, 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 and primeval. There were 3 special periods. Everyone knew that the primeval mystic realm was the era of the primeval mystic realm. Because of the Great War in the primeval mystic realm, there was a natural barrier between the primeval mystic realms. However, there was still the primeval mystic realm. It could be said that the cultivation of the primeval mystic realm was deteriorating. Some people said that it was because the power of the bloodline was being diluted due to the lack of inheritance. Others said that it was because the inheritance of the primeval mystic realm was being cut off. Yi Xian felt that perhaps it was both. The primeval mystic realm was an era that was even older than the primeval mystic realm. It was about 50 million years ago. As for the primordial era, that was the era of creation because the primordial era was 100 million years ago. It could be said that no matter whether it was the divine realm continent or the various secret realms, there were no rumors about the primordial era left behind. When Lin Tianjue said that he came from the primeval mystic realm, many people just snorted. What did the primeval mystic realm mean? Didn't that mean that it had existed for at least 100 million years? Perhaps such a mystic realm did exist, but it was impossible for a mystic realm that was said to have existed for more than 100 million years without being discovered by anyone and leaving no records behind. Therefore, everyone felt that Lin Tianjue was just bragging about himself. However, this guy did indeed possess an extremely powerful talent. In the Azure Dragon Gang, he had a very high position. Therefore, no matter what he said, no one would refute him. At this time, Lin Tianjue was leading a group of Azure Dragon Gang members to surround the mystic realm set up by Yi Xian. His terrifying and strange divine consciousness had already spread out to explore. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This guy's divine consciousness was really strange. If it were anyone else, they would immediately be repelled by Yi Xian's restriction and would unknowingly look elsewhere. However, Lin Tianjue's divine consciousness seemed to have some kind of stickiness. No matter what it came into contact with, it would leave behind a trace of its aura. Therefore, even if the restriction repelled his divine consciousness, it was completely useless. After all, this guy's divine consciousness had already left behind a trace and would naturally be detected. Lin Tianjue was very puzzled. He had always been very proud of his divine consciousness, but today's situation was a little beyond his expectations. After another round of probing, Lin Tianjue's temper flared. I don't believe it. There's definitely something strange here. I want to see what exactly it is. Lin Tianjue suddenly unsheathed his divine weapon. At this moment, there was a huge mountain in front of him. This mountain directly blocked Lin Tianjue's path forward. To be precise, as long as Lin Tianjue flew over this mountain, nothing would happen. However, he just stared at this mountain and refused to let it go. The Godslayer had already flown up, ready to strike at any moment. This was because there was indeed no mountain in this place. This so-called mountain was just a realistic illusion created by Yi Xian using a combination of restrictions, divine talismans, and array formations. This illusion didn't just look real. It actually existed in the first place. Yi Xian had used a teleportation array formation to set up a teleportation line around his location. As long as anyone crossed the line, they would be immediately teleported away. The place where he would appear was exactly where the mountain was. This was because the mountain wasn't far behind Yi Xian. To put it simply, Yi Xian had used a teleportation array formation to isolate his location. As long as someone passed by this place, the array formation would activate and cause them to unknowingly travel a distance, just enough to avoid Yi Xian's location. Of course, this was the function of the array formation. Yi Xian had also used restrictions to block divine consciousness detection. This was something that everyone knew. Chapter 2554. Special Divine Will. At this moment, Yi Xian was silently looking outside. He knew that once Lin Tianjue and the others made a move, his illusory reality would be over. Yi Xian was waiting for those people to give up. After all, it wasn't necessary. Yi Xian still didn't want to fight. He just wanted to smoothly wait for the Thunder Beast to end and then leave with Mi Qi and Fian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's hopes didn't come true. Boom! There was a loud bang and a dazzling light appeared. Lin Tianjue had finally launched his attack. Seeing this light, how could the Azure Dragon Gang not understand that something was wrong? They all frowned. Of course, Yi Xian was even angrier than them. You forced me to do this, so don't blame me for being merciless. You could have passed through here and nothing would have happened, but you just had to come here and seek death. Yi Xian looked at them and said calmly, "Who's talking? Who's playing the devil?" In an instant, the Azure Dragon Gang heard Yi Xian's voice. However, by the time they heard it, Yi Xian had already activated. System: activate the special mystique of the Wings of the Gods, Ragnarok duplication. The Wings of the Gods was an item that had been eliminated by Yi Xian a long time ago. However, this item had managed to escape when the system had devoured it crazily the last time. Almost everything in Yi Xian's Yin and Yang ring had been devoured by the system, but this mere Wings of the Gods had been left behind. It was unknown whether the system hadn't taken a fancy to it because its quality was too low, or if it had been lucky enough to leave it behind. However, Yi Xian didn't have any treasures that he could use now, so he had even taken out the Wings of the Gods. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared. These figures were all gods that had fallen long ago. Some were from the Kunlun god domain, while others were from the demon god domain. Of course, these figures didn't have much fighting power. The reason Yi Xian had released them was just to confuse these people. Sure enough, when they saw so many figures suddenly appear, the Azure Dragon Gang members were also startled. After all, this was a beast hunting zone. Everyone who entered was a powerhouse. Apart from them, there was no one else here. Hence, they instinctively thought that others had come. Moreover, there were hundreds of people. How could they not be shocked? While they were still in shock, Yi Xian activated the wings of the gods' strongest attack. Rage of the Gods. Rage of the Gods. It could allow Yi Xian to condense the power of the wings of the gods and launch an absolutely powerful attack. If this attack was used on its own, the highest explosive effect would be equivalent to 10,000 times that of Yi Xian's normal attack. If used in groups, it could attack 10,000 targets at the same time. Back then, Yi Xian didn't even have the chance to use this skill. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was because the original Yi Xian didn't have that much divine wing energy. Later on, Yi Xian was able to gather the power, but he didn't need it anymore. Over time, he forgot about it. If not for the fact that this was the only thing left after the system devoured, even Yi Xian would have forgotten about such a powerful mystique. Of course, to activate it, the god of the gods consumed a lot of energy. Could be said that Yi Xian could only activate it once. Once it was activated, Yi Xian could only say that he had completely given up on the wings of the gods. This was because the attack now was a nomological attack. So what if it was 10,000 times stronger than a normal attack? Of course, with the intention of scheming against the unsuspecting, the activation this time might have a certain effect. Following Yi Xian's command, an extremely powerful light erupted from Yi Xian's body. These rays of light quickly gathered and then attacked those people at the same time. The effect of a critical hit was immediately activated. A series of explosions rang out. Smoke and dust filled the air. In an instant, the position of the Green Dragon Gang was in the middle of an absolute attack. Yi Xian understood that once those people formed their nomological shields, the effect of this attack wouldn't be ideal. Hence, Yi Xian had to use other means of attack in order to deal a fatal blow. Eternal Night Domain. Absolute Zero. God-slaying sword attack. Yi Xian attacked with all his might without hesitation. After Yi Xian launched all his attacks, he could only wait for the result. Of course, this wait was only for a moment. Unfortunately, the final result wasn't as perfect as Yi Xian had imagined. Could even be said that it wasn't ideal at all. Several rays of light appeared at the same time. The Green Dragon Gang members had already scattered in all directions. Trying to rely on normal attacks to deal with the nomological shields was simply a pipe dream. Even if it was 1,000,000 times stronger, the effect wouldn't be ideal. D***MNit. It's actually an illusion. The Green Dragon Gang members had clearly endured Yi Xian's continuous attacks, but they acted as if nothing had happened. They even had the mood to discuss the authenticity of the illusions around them. Kid, I didn't expect that you would have so many tricks up your sleeve despite being so weak. You've successfully deceived us. The price for this seat is that we'll take your life right now. Lin Tianjue said indifferently. He had indeed been scared out of his wits just now. He had thought that he had provoked a super strong person, or rather an extremely powerful force. Who would have known that all this was just an illusion? Yi Xian's attack was just that weak. This made Lin Tianjue feel extremely embarrassed. Naturally, he wouldn't treat Yi Xian nicely. Yi Xian frowned slightly. All his attacks had failed. This was a result that Yi Xian hadn't expected. Moreover, whether he was willing to accept it or not, it was already the truth. It seemed that Yi Xian had to use the Eternal Domain. One had to know that the system had already indicated that Yi Xian only had one chance to use the Eternal Domain before he fully recovered. Logically speaking, Yi Xian shouldn't use it now. After all, although Yi Xian didn't have the strength to kill his enemies, he could still escape. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's ability to escape and whether or not he could escape were two completely different matters. Mi Li and Fian were behind Yi Xian. What if Yi Xian escaped now? Yixin didn't dare to think about the consequences. Since that was the case, he could only use the eternal domain. Eternal domain. In an instant, a domain appeared with Yixin as the center. The eternal domain required eternal points to activate. Once activated, Yixin could set up a special domain around himself. Within this domain, all of Yixin's attributes, including his realm, would be increased by 100 times. 100 times was a concept. In other words, within the eternal domain, Yixin already had the strength to challenge a 9th-grade celestial the Arch. Chapter 2555. Chapter 2555. Chapter 2555. The shock of 3 punches. Humph? Domain power? Brat, do you think that you can defeat us? Haha. Lin Tianjue smiled smugly. Due to the difference in strength, Lin Tianjue had been able to see through Yixin's cultivation base with a single glance. In his eyes, it was impossible for Yixin to go against them. You go. Capture that brat for me. I want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Although Yixin's series of attacks did not cause much damage to them, they were still covered in dirt. Therefore, Lin Tianjue was very angry. However, even though he was angry, he couldn't be bothered to make a move against Yixin. In his opinion, Yixin's strength wasn't enough for him to personally make a move. Therefore, Lin Tianjue directly ordered a member of the Azure Dragon Gang to make a move. Yes, young master. That person nodded and then slowly walked towards Yixin. In his heart, he didn't really care about Yixin. In his mind, taking down Yixin was a piece of cake. Kid, surrender obediently and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer. That person said to Yixin. In fact, he even looked like he was looking out for Yixin. Yixin couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He actually dared to be so arrogant in his own eternal domain. In that case, Yixin would like to see what kind of expression this fellow would have. Yixin stood there motionless. Even the Godslayer had returned to Yixin's side. It looked like it had given up on defending itself. The Azure Dragon Gang member smiled and said, "That's more like it. Little guy, don't worry. I'll ask the young master to let you die a quick death." As he spoke, the Azure Dragon Gang member walked towards Yixin. In his hand, a faint light began to condense. Yixin knew that this was the power of law. However, Yixin still did not move and allowed the man to walk to his side. The man from the Azure Dragon Gang was extremely pleased with himself. In his mind, he had scared Yixin so much that he didn't dare to make a move. This was undoubtedly a very honorable thing to do. However, when he reached out to grab Yixin, Yixin also reached out at the same time. The 2 hands collided in midair, and the light of the principal shrouded one hand. It was the Azure Dragon Gang member. As for the other hand, there was no change at all. It was as if it was completely defenseless. It would even make people wonder if the hand, which was not supported by the power of laws, would immediately be obliterated upon contact. However, would the result really be like this? At this moment, the Azure Dragon Gang seemed to be certain that Yixin would be captured easily. Therefore, no one put up any defenses. They all looked at Yixin with ease. In their eyes, perhaps Yixin was just a passerby, an ant. However, what happened next stunned all of them. It could even be said that they were scared out of their wits. This was because when Yixin touched the Azure Dragon Gang member's hand, it wasn't the Azure Dragon Gang member who grabbed Yixin. Instead, it was Yixin who grabbed the Azure Dragon Gang member's hand very casually. Then there was a punch. It was just a punch. It was such a direct punch without any fancy moves. However, when that punch was thrown, the air suddenly shook. Then the Azure Dragon Gang member lost all movement. Everyone knew that his godhead had been shattered. How was that possible? No one believed their own eyes because the scene they were witnessing right now was simply too bizarre and too terrifying. One punch. Just one punch. An expert was killed so casually. One had to know that Yixin's strength was only at the ultimate god realm. Even if he was a peak grade 9 upper-level ultimate god, how could he kill an emperor god expert so easily? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or had the world changed? Why was this happening? Lin Tianjue's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold before him in disbelief. What had just happened had defied everything they knew. Even if you are strong, the difference in cultivation level is obvious. A mere ultimate god expert could kill an expert who was about to enter the mid-grade emperor god realm. Why? No matter how he looked at it, it was so terrifying and unbelievable. This wasn't an illusion. It was real. Regarding this, Lin Tianjue had no choice but to accept it even if he didn't want to. Her subordinate was really defeated. Moreover, it was a complete defeat. It was just one punch. It was just one punch. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the other Azure Dragon gang members. His voice suddenly changed. When he reappeared, he was already beside another Azure Dragon gang member. "You can go to hell now," Yi Xian said indifferently. At the same time, he swung his fist. Yet another punch, yet another simple punch. However, this member of the Azure Dragon gang was killed again. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Too strong, really too strong. Someone was frightened out of his wits and tried to escape. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance because at the same time he moved, Yi Xian moved and appeared in front of him in an instant. Like pinching a chicken, Yi Xian grabbed the man's neck and fixed him in place. "Want to run? Why did you only think of running now? It's too late." Hong, another fist struck out and another elite fell. Too terrifying. It was too terrifying. The remaining Azure Dragon gang members, including Lin Tianjue, were so frightened that they didn't even dare to move a muscle. Who was this guy? Why did he have such a powerful attack? He had killed 3 people with 3 punches. Moreover, they were all people who were stronger than him. This kind of situation was too strange and horrifying for them to die. Plop! It was the sound of someone kneeling on the ground. Yi Xian looked over and found that Lin Tianjue was actually kneeling on the ground. "Senior, I was blind to have disturbed you. I am willing to give you all my origin divine crystals. I only ask that you take my name." This was Lin Tianjue, who had boasted that he was the immemorial mystery realm's Lin Tianjue. He admitted defeat. No, not only did he admit defeat, but he was already in despair. Yi Xian's ability to kill 3 experts with 3 punches had completely convinced him. However, it was still the same. Wasn't it a little too late to surrender now? Yi Xian looked at that guy and said casually, "If I kill you, your Cosmos ring will also be mine. Why should I spare you? Did you think about sparing me just now?" Chapter 2556. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios leave. Senior, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare us. This time, it wasn't just Lin Tianjue who knelt down. Everyone from the Azure Dragon gang knelt down. Yi Xian had killed 3 of them with just 3 punches. This was enough to make them despair. They didn't even dare to imagine how powerful he was. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of letting them go. Yi Xian knew very well that if he let them go now, Yi Xian would be the one causing trouble for himself. Yi Xian believed that once these people returned, they would do everything they could to find him and kill him. Therefore, Yi Xian wouldn't give them such a chance. "Die, all of you!" Yi Xian moved. It was as if countless copies of Yi Xian had appeared at the same time. However, in reality, this was only because his movements were faster. In an instant, everyone from the Azure Dragon gang, including Lin Tianjue, died. Then, the effects of the Eternal Territory finally ended. Yi Xian waved his hand casually, and these people's Qian Kuan rings all fell into Yi Xian's hands. Then, he devoured them. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through. Current cultivation level. Inferior rank 2 Celestial the Arch. He had finally broken through. These people had large amounts of origin divine crystals and other resources. Lin Tianjue, in particular, had a special status, so he had many good things in his Qian Kuan ring. Of course, this had turned into experience for Yi Xian and the system. Ding! System notification. Host has consecutively killed people of a higher cultivation level. You have obtained a special reward. 1 chance at the super lottery. Ding! System notification. Host has killed an ancient mystic realm bloodline and obtained this. This super lottery has been upgraded to the ancient grade. Ding! System notification. System energy is insufficient. This super lottery's quality has decreased. The continuous system notifications made Yixian feel very unsatisfied. This was because he had finally obtained a special chance at the super lottery. However, he hadn't expected that it would immediately decrease in quality. Even though Yixian was very clear that the reason for the drop in quality this time was due to the lack of energy in the system, Yixian couldn't help but feel depressed that something that was already in his hands had flown away just like that. Fortunately, even if the quality was lowered, it was still an ancient lottery draw. Yixian believed that he might be able to get something good. System, I want to use the ancient lottery. Ding, the host has used the ancient lottery. The reward is being randomly drawn. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a unique treasure, the Heart of Origin. Heart of Origin? What is this? Yixian quickly opened it to check. One had to know that this was an ancient lottery. Then, this Heart of Origin was probably not something simple. Heart of Origin. A special material that contains the power of law origin. This item was formed naturally. It appeared in the ancient era but also disappeared in the ancient era. It is said that obtaining this item will give one the opportunity to control law origin. Heart of Origin's special ability, law tracing. If the host integrates with the Heart of Origin, the host will have the ability to trace the origin of law origin. This ability will not directly provide the host with powerful abilities, but it will allow the host to obtain an extremely powerful comprehensive ability to comprehend law origin. Once the host possesses the Heart of Origin, the power of the origin will no longer be a secret. Furthermore, the host will have a higher chance of comprehending the origin of law origin and thus obtain the opportunity to control law origin. The legends of the ancient era were actually true. Was the Heart of Origin really possible? Yixian comprehended a powerful treasure that reversed the origin. Yixian didn't hesitate and immediately integrated the Heart of Origin into his body. In an instant, Yixian had already sensed it. The most intuitive manifestation was that Yixian's comprehension of law origin became faster. Tracing the power of the origin of law origin was undoubtedly an excellent way to increase one's comprehension of law origin. At that moment, Yixian had obtained such an ability. Yixian was very satisfied. Although it didn't seem like Yixian's strength had improved much on the surface, Yixian was very clear about the value of this thing. No, he couldn't be called Yixian by himself anymore, because he had already integrated with Yixian's body. Once the Heart of Origin merged with Yixian, it was actually equivalent to giving Yixian an additional attribute. This attribute was the ability to trace the origin of law origin. Thus, Yixian would obtain the ability to control law origin. Many people wanted to obtain this Heart of Origin, but they couldn't. After all, the Heart of Origin had been lost for a long time. Now that Yixian had obtained this Heart of Origin through the system, what did it mean? It was an opportunity to control law origin. After killing these people from the Azure Dragon Gang, Yixian once again strengthened the restrictions he had set up. Fortunately, no one was able to see through Yixian's restrictions in the time that followed. After a month, the beast hunt was finally over. No one could stay there, as once the beast hunt was over, everyone would be forcibly teleported away. No matter where they were, they would automatically be ejected once the time was up. Originally, these special spaces where the beast hunt was held were very exclusive. It wasn't that the source beasts were exclusive, but that the mystic realms themselves were exclusive. The mystic realms where these source beasts lived had a very special characteristic. No one knew why, but everyone knew that there was no way to go against it. Every time the mystic realms opened, apart from the source beasts and source beasts, all other people and objects would be teleported away. Yixian waved his hand and Mi Li and Fian disappeared. Yixian knew that once he walked out of this place, he would definitely be monitored again. After leaving, they would naturally not be randomly teleported to a place that was too far away. Instead, they would return directly to the place they had entered. It wasn't until everyone came out that Yixian found out exactly how many people had died during this beast hunt. He was afraid that 1/3 of the people would stay there forever. Of course, the people who were able to come out were extremely excited. Hunting source beasts and obtaining origin divine crystals was something that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. However, as soon as Yixian appeared, he discovered that he had been locked onto by two spiritual senses at the same time. One of them was constantly monitoring Yi Xian, as if they were checking to see if Yi Xian had encountered anything after entering. Of course, Yi Xian knew that this spiritual sense belonged to the city lord. As for the other spiritual sense, Yi Xian did not know who it was. This spiritual sense contained a strong hostility. Could be said that if this wasn't a special place, that person would have already made a move. Naturally, that person was the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang. Chapter 2557. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Enmity. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, but he did not show any unusual reaction. The city lord was paying attention to him because he was observing his performance. However, Yi Xian did not show any reaction this time. As for the 10 origin divine crystals, even Yi Xian did not take them out. Of course, it was not that Yi Xian could not take them out, but that he did not want to. Although the 10 origin divine crystals did not sound like a lot, it was very important to Yi Xian. He had enough reasons to refuse to pay, so he was not afraid of anything. Please pay your origin divine crystals. As soon as Yi Xian walked to the exit, an expert from the city lord mansion spoke to Yi Xian. Activating the beast hunting zone was not a simple matter, and it required a lot of resources. Of course, 10 origin divine crystals per person was definitely a profit. Yi Xian looked at the expert and only took out 3 origin divine crystals. He then said, I did not gain anything from this beast hunting zone. This is all I have. What? The expert widened his eyes. In the past, there were people who tried to steal the 10 origin divine crystals, but they all ended up in a miserable state. Since he was in charge of collecting the origin divine crystals, he would naturally be in charge of suppressing such people who did not know their place. At this moment, the expert was enraged and was about to attack. However, a voice rang out. Oh, you're saying that you only obtained 3 origin divine crystals this time? Is there a reason? This time, you are the only one who has the priority to enter the godly venerable realm beast hunting zone. Don't tell me you don't even have the ability to kill an origin beast? City Lord. The crowd parted to form a path. Turned out that the city lord had walked over. Yi Xian already had enough excuses, so at this moment, he said, City Lord, please enlighten me. It is not that I don't have the ability to kill an origin beast, but in the beast hunting zone, there are many people who want to steal it. Moreover, I did not enter the godly venerable realm beast hunting zone, but the godly emperor realm beast hunting zone. Godly emperor realm beast hunting zone? Perhaps these words did not sound like much, but many people's expressions changed drastically. This was because they knew very well that Yi Xian was assigned to the hierarch realm beast hunting area. This meant that Yi Xian hadn't broken through to the divine emperor realm yet. However, such a little guy was able to survive in the divine emperor realm beast hunting area. This was already an incredible feat. What's more, Yi Xian had said that he was constantly being robbed. In other words, he had fought with god emperors more than once, and not only was he fine, he had even come out alive, fighting above his level, yet he didn't suffer any losses. With such strength, who wouldn't look up to him? You said you didn't enter the hierarch realm area? The city lord frowned slightly. In fact, he had arranged for Yi Xian to enter the divine venerable realm beast hunting area alone as a special favor for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't enter. He couldn't help but suspect that someone under his command was deliberately targeting Yi Xian. At this moment, one of the divine emperor realm beast hunters from the city lord manor walked up to the city lord and whispered a few words to him. Suddenly, the city lord's gaze turned to a spot in the distance. That was where the Azure Dragon Gang leader was. It turned out that Yi Xian didn't know that some people had seen his battle with the Azure Dragon Gang. However, they had been hunting at that time, so naturally no one cared. Now that they were out, there was no need to hide anything. The Azure Dragon Gang leader frowned slightly. He didn't understand why the city lord would suddenly look at him like that. Although he did sense that it was Yi Xian who had killed his adopted son, he couldn't be sure because Yi Xian's strength was too weak. Instead, the city lord's glance made him certain that it was Yi Xian who had done it. Damned brat! What method did you use to kill my adopted son? The Azure Dragon Gang leader wondered silently. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't say anything. After all, he still had to give face to the city lord. However, in his heart, he had already given Yi Xian the order to kill him. After all, Lin Tianjue was his most favored adopted son. It could be said that he had designated him as his future successor. However, he had never imagined that he would actually die at the hands of this little brat. However, there was another reason why the Azure Dragon Gang leader didn't make a move. He suspected that this matter might have been ordered by the city lord himself. In the Azure Dragon Gang leader's opinion, given Yi Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to kill Lin Tianjue. Furthermore, Lin Tianjue hadn't been the only one who had entered the hunting ground. Now that Lin Tianjue had fallen, the Azure Dragon Gang leader couldn't help but suspect that this was the city lord's arrangement. The Azure Dragon Gang's influence was growing. Although it wasn't enough to threaten the city lord Manor's position, it wasn't that far off. After all, he already had the qualifications to sit on equal footing with the city lord. Could it be that the city lord wasn't willing to see the Azure Dragon Gang grow? So he had deliberately arranged for someone to kill Lin Tianjue? The Azure Dragon Gang leader couldn't help but think this way. After all, anything could happen in the face of benefits. Furthermore, he didn't have much of a friendship with the city lord. When the city lord heard about Yi Xian's actions, he didn't blame him in the slightest. Instead, he was very happy. Being able to enter the celestial the arch hunting ground with the strength of a mere godly venerate and walk out unscathed was already a testament to Yi Xian's potential. Furthermore, this fellow had even killed his opponent. Given his status and strength, he naturally wouldn't care who Yi Xian had killed. After listening to that person's report, the city lord laughed out loud and said loudly, "So that's how it is. It seems like there really was a transmission error. In that case, you didn't violate the rules by not paying the Origin Divine Crystals this time. Alright, this matter ends here. You may leave now." Yi Xian didn't say much and directly walked towards his residence. After all, Yi Xian had more important things to do. As for why Yi Xian didn't say that he had entered the celestial the arch hunting ground from the godly venerate realm, it was because Yi Xian didn't think it was necessary. In fact, Yi Xian even thought that the city lord Manor was aware of this matter. Yi Xian quickly returned to his residence. Then, he used the excuse of secluded cultivation as an excuse to set up restrictions around his residence. Of course, this time Yi Xian even removed those hidden surveillance restrictions. Because of Mi Yan and Fian, Yi Xian didn't want anyone to know about their existence. At this moment, the two ladies had yet to recover. Yi Xian couldn't help but worry. Where should he arrange for the two ladies? His Yi residence was naturally the most unsuitable place. After all, this place was constantly under surveillance. Then, should they go to Luo Luo's place? That wasn't suitable either. Once Luo Luo was discovered by the city lord Manor, it would be even more troublesome. After all, Mi Yan and Fian were relatively stronger. Even if they were discovered, it wouldn't cause any concern. However, Luo Luo was different. Chapter 25:58. Awakening. How should Yi Xian choose? This question stumped Yi Xian for a while. But just as Yi Xian was thinking, Fian woke up first. After all, this forced teleportation was arranged by Fian, and Mi Shui was constantly providing energy during the journey. Therefore, Fian woke up first. Fian opened her eyes in confusion. Could be said that only they knew what they had encountered along the way. In Yi Xian's time, this forced teleportation was only a few days. However, Fian and Mi Shui had actually experienced hundreds of years. The ratio of time in the teleportation was completely different from the ratio of time in the outside world. These hundreds of years were dry, boring, and extremely dangerous. Could be said that they almost got lost in the teleportation several times. There were also countless times when Fian wanted to give up. Teleportation required a continuous supply of divine power and power of laws from afar. During the teleportation process, they could suffer all kinds of hardships at any time. They had encountered a storm of void laws that completely tore their bodies into pieces, and then were glued back together by the power of the formation. They had encountered attacks from strange void beasts that hid in the void and specialized in devouring souls. The power of the formation protected them, and that kind of helplessness and pain of the soul being pulled by two forces was not something that people who had never experienced before could imagine. Of course, the most important thing was the feeling of despair and emptiness. The two of them took turns to preside over the formation, because after all, if they did not rest, they would not be able to hold on at all, even if the formation had enough energy to support it. The kind of loneliness that could only see the endless void and the strange light of laws for decades, and could only silently inject divine power into one person to drive the formation was not something that ordinary people could endure. Could even be said that until now, Fian had not subconsciously activated her divine power. A gentle divine power was directly emitted from Fian's body, and there was only stupefaction in Fian's eyes. Fian, wake up, wake up. Yi Xian naturally knew what Fian's situation was now, so he hurriedly tried to wake her up. At this moment, Yi Xian could not use any external force to disturb Fian at all, because Fian's current situation was called soulless. The so-called soulless state referred to a special state in which a person chose to seal off their divine sense due to some kind of stimulus in order to escape from reality. In this state, that person's divine sense and soul strength were extremely unstable. It was like a cloud of smoke. If any external force touched it lightly, it would completely disappear. Fortunately, Yi Xian still remembered that when the two women appeared, they had called out his name before fainting. Therefore, their soulless state was just a facade. It was just an instinctive act of self-protection. One had to know that truly losing one's soul was something that could not be saved by any means. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian did not dare to use any external force to stimulate Fei Yan. He could only summon Fei Yan. Even if he did so, he did not dare to use a trace of anyone's divine sense. He could only summon Fei Yan in the most ordinary way. Fei Yan, wake up, I'm Yi Xian. You're already by my side. Yi Xian kept calling. Finally, Fei Yan reacted. Fei Yan stared blankly at Yi Xian, using her pair of unfocused eyes to look in Yi Xian's direction. Slowly, Fei Yan's eyes began to focus. Young master. Finally, Fei Yan opened her mouth and shouted, and this shout made Yi Xian completely relax in an instant. Fei Yan finally recovered. Young master, it's really you. We're finally here. Suddenly, Fei Yan threw herself onto Yi Xian's body. Tears kept flashing in her eyes. For hundreds of years, the only thing that supported Fei Yan and Mi Mu was the belief that they could find Yi Xian. Could be said that if it were not for this belief, they would have been lost long ago. The world of nothingness was not something that could be imagined by the outside world. The loneliness there was simply unimaginable. In the outside world, it was still bearable to go into seclusion for thousands of years. But in the nothingness, even a single day was so unbearable. Because there was no time, no space. There was nothing there. There was only nothingness. Even if they occasionally encountered the aura of laws, it was incomparably chaotic. Just as Fei Yan hugged Yi Xian and cried, Yi Xian moved his mind and felt another person pounce on him. Mi Mu had also woken up. Mi Mu's hug stunned Yi Xian. After all, Mi Mu was the divine master of the Kunlun god domain. Yi Xian could only look up to Mi Mu when he was in the god realm. Could even be said that without Mi Mu, Yi Xian would not have reached where he was today. Yi Xian respected Mi Mu more than anything else. But now, Mi Mu's hug seemed to have made Yi Xian understand something, but it was not very clear. Could be said that Yi Xian had never thought that anything could happen between him and Mi Mu. Although Yi Xian did not fear Mi Mu when he was in the Kunlun god domain, Mi Mu had been the high and mighty divine master ever since Yi Xian came to the Kunlun god domain. So, no matter how one looked at it, perhaps it was impossible for Mi Mu and Yi Xian to be together. However, this was something that seemed to have no chance at all. But now, it had happened regardless of whether Yi Xian believed it or not. His eyes widened. Mi Mu's hug did not need any explanation. Mi Mu and Fei Yan had gone through many dangers to find Yi Xian. Some things did not need to be explained. Perhaps, Fei Yan had come to find Yi Xian because of Fei Yu's corpse in Yi Xian's devouring space. But what about Mi Mu? Other than love, there was nothing else. Yi Xian stared blankly at Mi Mu. There was no need to say anything else. The three began to talk about their experiences during this period of time. Yi Xian could not find any words to describe how Mimu and Fei Yan had gone through so many dangers to find him. So, in his heart, he was even more determined to not let any harm come to Mimu or Fei Yan. Of course, there was also Luo Luo. Yi Xian definitely couldn't let any of the three women suffer the slightest bit of harm. A month passed. During this month, the three of them stayed in that room, but did not come out at all. Previously, because Mimu and Fei Yan were unconscious, Yi Xian could temporarily keep them at the edge of his devouring space. But now, Yi Xian could not do that at all. So, Yi Xian had no choice but to call two maids over. Then, he created a disguising talisman for the two maids to disguise themselves as the two maids. Only then did he leave. Chapter 2559. Chapter 2559. Chapter 2559 Origin Tea. After all, Luoluo was the strongest amongst the four of them. In addition, she had not been discovered yet, so she was naturally safer than staying by Yi Xian's side. However, how could they find a reasonable excuse to get Mi Yan and Fian to leave Yi Xian's side with their maids? This was a problem. Yi Xian was very clear that no matter where he went, there would definitely be people sent by the city lord behind him. Naturally, Yi Xian would not be able to hide the fact that he left with the two maids. Furthermore, if the two maids suddenly left, they would definitely be tracked down. Yi Xian kept thinking about it, looking for a suitable solution. Unexpectedly, someone actually gave Yi Xian a reasonable way to get away. It turned out that after the Azure Dragon Gang leader returned, he could not take this lying down. During this period of time, he had not been idle and had been investigating Yi Xian. In the beginning, the Azure Dragon Gang leader suspected that Yi Xian was one of the city lord's men. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. However, in his subsequent investigations, he discovered that Yi Xian wasn't a member of the city lord's mansion at all. The only thing that happened was that the city lord had sent him a mansion. Although the location of the mansion was not bad, a mansion was not enough to prove that the city lord favored Yi Xian. In the eyes of the Azure Dragon Gang leader, perhaps Yi Xian was considered to be talented, which was why the city lord valued him and prepared to nurture him. However, the nurturing process had not started yet. In this case, perhaps killing Yi Xian now would not cause too much trouble for him. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Gang leader suspected that the city lord was the one who had deliberately weakened the Azure Dragon Gang. As a result, the city lord could not take this lying down. Therefore, he sent people to prepare to rob and kill Yi Xian. Of course, he did not send his core men. In fact, they were not even considered members of the Azure Dragon Gang. They were just people from a small gang. Moreover, the plan was very simple. They just needed to find a reason to teach Yi Xian a lesson and then create the illusion that Yi Xian was accidentally killed. This kind of thing could be considered very common. The outside of the city was different from the inside. In the Origin mystic realm, strength was the rule. The city lord's words were only useful inside the city. Once outside the city gates, the people outside would not even care about the city lord. Of course, these people would not go against the city lord's powerful strength. At this moment, Yi Xian led the two girls into a tea house outside the city as if they were strolling. This tea house was quite unique. There was a small pavilion and a few large tables that were casually placed there. Of course, this tea house was not simple, because the tea was the famous 9 tunes of ghost tea. Not only did it require the addition of an origin beast's corpse as nourishment every 100 years, but it also required the use of origin divine crystals to set up a special restriction in order to produce the tea. Therefore, the tea contained a lot of origin source law energy. It could be said that ordinary people could not afford to drink the tea here. This was because the tea here cost 1 origin divine crystal per pot. This price was enough to make many people feel intimidated. There were not many customers here. Moreover, every customer had to serve a pot of tea. Perhaps they would sit here for an entire month. They slowly tasted the tea and at the same time, slowly tasted the origin source law energy contained in the tea leaves. Origin divine crystals could be directly absorbed by people, but only by borrowing the fixed origin source law energy. Origin source tea, on the other hand, allowed people to explore the mysteries of the origin source law through drinking tea. Yi Xian came here with a purpose. Mi Mu and Fian were both from the Divine Realm continent, so they naturally could not come into contact with the origin source law. On the other hand, the origin source law was the most important element for breaking through to the Supreme Divine Lord Realm. Therefore, Yi Xian brought the two of them here to taste the tea so that they could come into contact with the origin source law. As for whether they would gain anything from it, he did not know. Yi Xian walked into the small pavilion, threw down an origin divine crystal, and asked for a pot of origin source tea. This pot of tea was not to be underestimated. In fact, the space inside was very large. It could be said that this small pot of tea was enough to fill a large vat of tea. Yi Xian poured a cup for the two of them, then said, "Try it. This origin source tea contains the aura of the origin source law. I don't know if you will gain anything from it, but it will allow you to come into contact with the origin source law." "Oh, there's such a miraculous tea? I would like to give it a try." Mi Mu was naturally not going to be polite with Yi Xian, so after hearing Yi Xian's words, she picked up the teacup in front of her and gently sniffed it. The tea's fragrance assailed her nostrils, but there was nothing special about it. Mi Mu then gently took a sip, but her brows furrowed slightly. "Sister Mi Mu, what's wrong? Is there something different about this tea?" Seeing Mi Mu's expression, Fian asked curiously. In the previous month's conversation, they were very clear about what kind of place this was. It was an existence that surpassed the continent of the God realm. It was a special origin source secret realm where the lowest was the God Emperor realm. When they first heard this news, it could be said that they were shocked. After all, in the continent of the God realm, the God Emperor realm was already the master of the God realm, with hundreds of millions of people under their command. But here, they could be seen everywhere. How could they not be shocked? Fortunately, the two of them had good self-control and quickly recovered from their shock. It was also because of this that the two of them were very curious about anything that could be used after the origin source secret realm. When Mi Mu heard Fian's question, she still frowned and said, "I can't describe this feeling either. After drinking this tea, I seem to have sensed something, but I can't grasp it. This is a very mysterious feeling, and it's not something that can be described with words. Why don't you give it a try, Sister Fian?" The two of them had gone through life and death, and it could be said that they had long been like sisters. When Fian heard Mi Mu's words, she naturally became interested and took a sip. A moment later, Fian's expression changed, but she immediately drank the tea in the teacup in her hand in one gulp. "How is it? Do you have any enlightenment?" Yi Xian and Mi Mu looked at Fian at the same time, because Fian's current behavior was clearly different from usual. From her expression and her actions, it could be seen that Fian had some enlightenment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be like this. "I seem to have sensed the aura of some kind of law, but I can't tell what kind of law it is." And Yi Xian was slightly stunned. One had to know that the origin source tea was naturally the aura of the origin source law, but why would Fian say that? Chapter 2560. Chapter 2560. Chapter 2560. Tracing to the origin. The so-called origin referred to tracing back to the source. In other words, the so-called origin law was actually more appropriate to call it the origin law. What he deserved was not the power of one law, but the foundation of all laws. In reality, it was impossible for everyone to cultivate the same law power. There were so many laws, so who could truly master all of them? This was obviously impossible. Therefore, after coming into contact with the origin law, perhaps everyone's reaction would be different. This was the true origin law power. At this moment, Mi Yen couldn't describe what she was feeling. Fian, on the other hand, seemed to have understood something. It wasn't that the difference in talent between them was too great. Since Mi Yen was able to become a divine master, it was enough to prove her talent. Although Fian's talent was also not bad, it was still slightly inferior to Mi Yan's. Therefore, Fian's feeling was clearer than Mi Yan's. However, because the two of them grasped different laws, the things they could sense when coming into contact with the origin law were also different. Yi Xian didn't interrupt their conversation. Instead, he picked up his teacup and poured the tea directly into his mouth. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt like the tea in his mouth was swallowing his mouth, but at the same time, something was spat out from somewhere. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with confusion, but his expression was solemn. He was already thinking quickly. Yi Xian was immersed in the aura of the origin law. At the same time, he was quickly comprehending and understanding the changes just now. What was the origin law of devour? Yi Xian couldn't help but think. Devour? On the surface, it seemed like some kind of power had swallowed something in front of him and made it disappear. However, Yi Xian seemed to remember that there was a type of law called the law of conservation. The meaning of this law was that all power was balanced, and if a portion of it disappeared, it meant that there would be an additional portion somewhere else. At the same time, Yi Xian thought of his devouring ability. It could be said that it was because of the system and this devouring ability that Yi Xian was able to rapidly increase his strength. In that case, this devouring ability was actually a form of conservation. Devour resources and turn them into Yi Xian's leveling up experience. In other words, Yi Xian devoured the energy of those things and strengthened it into its own power. Thus, the energy did not disappear. It merely moved from one place to another. However, what did the law of devouring mean? Devouring meant swallowing the things in front of it. But where did those things go? Did he really disappear completely? Impossible. The law of conservation would not allow such a thing to happen. In other words, the law of devouring was actually also a method of transforming energy. Merely, it was transforming the target in front of it into another form of energy through devouring. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the law of gravity. On the surface, the law of gravity seemed to increase the gravitational force in a certain area to achieve one's desired goal. But where did this gravity come from? Perhaps it could be said that this gravitational force did not appear out of nowhere. Instead, it was a power borrowed from somewhere else. Yi Xian was comprehending in his heart, but unknowingly, there was an incomparably mysterious power circling around him. This power could not be seen or touched, could not even be detected by divine consciousness. However, it could be sensed. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host. The host has grasped the essence of the origin source law. You have been blessed by the origin source law. You have been blessed by the myriad law. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host. You have been recognized by the myriad law. The unused power in your body has been completely unleashed. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for a super breakthrough. The host is now a superior first-grade emperor god. This was impossible. Yi Xian's eyes widened. First-grade emperor god? Yi Xian heard the notification clearly. He was not an inferior first-grade emperor god. Nor was he a medial first-grade emperor god. He was truly a superior first-grade emperor god. This kind of level up and breakthrough defied common sense. Therefore, even Yi Xian, the owner of the system, could not help but wonder if the system had made a mistake, or perhaps he had heard wrongly. System, did I hear wrongly? What realm did you just say? Ding! System notification. The host is now a superior first-grade emperor god. Did he hear wrongly? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, he said, System, are you sure you did not make a mistake? Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The system will not make a mistake. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. When a person cultivates, it is impossible for them to achieve the so-called 100% cultivation effect. It could be said that before one truly obtained the origin source law, there was a large amount of unused power in everyone's body. This power wandered around the body, including the physical body, divine consciousness, and even the soul. Under normal circumstances, this mysterious power could not be detected by anyone. There was no way one could use it unless they were recognized by the myriad law. This power could only be truly guided into the master's body after the myriad law had recognized it. Of course, this process was extremely wasteful. Being able to obtain even 1/10 of it was already extremely rare. The system said so much in one breath, which was rare. Yi Xian finally understood why he had broken through this time. To use the most vivid analogy, Yi Xian was like a cup of water, but this cup of water was divided into two pieces. Normally, The only thing Yi Xian could drink was the half cup of water that wasn't hidden. Even from the looks of it, the cup didn't seem to be the slightest bit abnormal. However, when the partition was broken, all the water in the cup would flow into the cup, allowing Yi Xian to drink more water in one gulp. However, this was only a one-time break. Once the membrane was broken, the water would flow out. Unfortunately, there was only a small amount of water. At this moment, Yi Xian had broken through. This was the principle behind it. Yi Xian had just swallowed all the accumulated power in his body in one gulp. This was a one-time reward. Perhaps Yi Xian would never encounter such a good thing again in his life. After all, once all the accumulated power was swallowed up, Yi Xian would have to experience many years and many realms before he could achieve such a breakthrough again. Chapter 2561. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Trouble. After figuring this out, Yi Xian was still extremely happy. After all, he had achieved such a huge breakthrough in one go. If Yi Xian was still not satisfied, then he would really be a little unsatisfied. At this moment, Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face as he watched the two women taste the tea. To Yi Xian, this origin source tea might not have any value at all. Comprehending the power of origin source law was not just a matter of words. Comprehending the power of origin source law required one to experience it personally. Furthermore, everyone's experience would be different. Yi Xian's way of feeling and experience was only suitable for Yi Xian himself. Even if Yi Xian explained it in detail to others, it would not have any effect at all. The two women seemed to be very obsessed with the origin source tea. They drank cup after cup as they searched for an opportunity to comprehend it. However, at this moment, an uninvited guest arrived. "Hey, these two girls are really pretty. Why don't we snatch them?" A voice sounded. Yi Xian's divine consciousness immediately swept over and saw that there were 4 people looking in their direction from outside the tea pavilion. Among the 4 people, only one was looking at the two women. The other 3 were looking at Yi Xian. Furthermore, they clearly had a trace of hostility. However, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest impression of these people. Who were they? Why were they hostile towards him? System. Detect the strength of these people. Ding. System notification. Target specified. 3 low-level celestial emperors, 1 mid-level celestial emperor. Perhaps if it had been before Yi Xian drank that cup of tea, these people would have been impossible for Yi Xian to defeat. However, this cup of tea was enough to determine Yi Xian's fate. What was a great opportunity? Wasn't the so-called great opportunity referring to this kind of thing that was clearly impossible to happen? But it had happened. Countless people had tasted this origin source tea. There were also quite a few people who did gain some benefits. However, how many people could directly receive the blessings of the laws of origin and the laws of myriad elements like Yi Xian? Since ancient times, there were probably only a handful of them. This was a great opportunity. The great opportunity that belonged to Yi Xian did not rely on the system, nor did it rely on any external forces. It was Yi Xian's own opportunity. In the first place, the origin tea didn't matter how much it was. If one could comprehend it, a cup or even a sip would allow one to comprehend it. As for those with insufficient aptitude and luck, even if they drank the origin tea every day, they might not be able to gain any enlightenment. This was everyone's destiny. This was everyone's opportunity. At this moment, Yi Xian's divine sense had locked onto the 4 of them, but he was not afraid at all. If this had happened not long ago, even if it was only the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Yi Xian would have had no choice but to flee upon seeing these 4 people. Unfortunately, sometimes, opportunities were just like that. A stick of incense was enough to change a person's fate. These people were actually the people that the Azure Dragon Gang leader had arranged to come here with the intention of killing Yi Xian. The information they had obtained was very detailed. Not only did it mention Yi Xian's cultivation base, but it also included everything that had happened to Yi Xian after he had come to the origin source secret realm. Therefore, they only felt contempt for Yi Xian. However, when they arrived at Yi Xian's side, they realized that they couldn't see through Yi Xian's cultivation base, which was why they were puzzled. Generally speaking, people with higher cultivation bases would be able to see through the cultivation bases of people with lower cultivation bases. However, there were exceptions, such as people who cultivated special concealment abilities. At this moment, one of them raised his doubts. Didn't this guy say that he was at most a first or second rank emperor god? Why can't I see through his cultivation base? Why do I feel like I'm facing an expert? According to the information on the information, this guy already possesses many special abilities. Perhaps he also cultivated some sort of concealment ability. Come, let's go over. The leader didn't have the slightest bit of doubt. The source of the information was very reliable. Could be said that he had no right to doubt it. When Yi Xian saw those people walking towards him, he knew that his chance had come. This was the best time to let the two women leave on their own. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't care about letting the two women enjoy the tea. Instead, he used a secret voice transmission technique to say to them, "When the fight starts, leave this place immediately and look for Luoluo. Luoluo will take good care of you." "What about you, Yi Xian? If you stay here, what will happen if you encounter a strong enemy?" Mi Yan was the first to react. She was already looking at the four people. "Don't worry about me. Don't worry. These few people can't do anything to me. Besides, I've already told you that the city lord values my talent. There are people from the city lord's mansion by my side. Even if I can't beat them, the people from the city lord's mansion will immediately come to my rescue," said Yi Xian. In order to let the two women leave without worry, Yi Xian even mentioned the city lord's mansion. The two women looked at each other and nodded silently. When Yi Xian saw the two women nod, he stood up without hesitation and walked towards the four people. However, he didn't show any abnormality. He looked as if he was just going to leave. Among the four people, one of them took a second look at the two women. Clearly, he didn't want the two women to leave. After all, both Mi Yan and Fian were absolute beauties. However, he knew what the mission this time was, so he immediately retracted his thoughts and focused all his attention on Yi Xian. Yi Xian ignored the four people and walked straight out. Yi Xian didn't want to fight in the pavilion. After all, the owner of the pavilion who could sell the origin tea here was definitely not to be trifled with. Moreover, if Yi Xian fought here, it wouldn't be good if the two women were injured. The two women's current strength was extremely low. Because of the teleportation, they were still in a weakened state. It was impossible for them to recover without some time. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that if he fought, the two women would be injured. Therefore, his plan was to leave this place first and then fight with these people later. When the four people saw Yi Xian walking out, they followed him without hesitation. In fact, since Yi Xian knew about this, they knew even better. The person who opened this tea house was not one to be trifled with. It should be known that there was only one tea house in the entire first level. Of course, there might be other tea houses in other places, but this was the only place that sold origin tea. If there was a faction that could grow the origin tea, it would definitely be a huge force. If there was only one person, it would probably be a super strong person. If they fought in the pavilion and angered that super strong person, they would probably have a hard time. Therefore, the four people didn't hesitate at all. They followed Yi Xian and walked out. Soon, they arrived outside the tea house.